Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the January 12, 2021 Glendale City Council meeting. Due to evolving situations with COVID-19 and health recommendations from LA County Health Department, the Glendale City Council meeting will be available to the public electronically. Due to social distancing requirements, the public will not be able to attend the meeting. This meeting can be viewed on local cable, Spectrum and Charter Cable Channel 6 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. You may also stream online through the website www.glendaleca.gov by scrolling all the way to the bottom of the web page and selecting live streaming, which is the third icon from the left. For public comments and questions during the meeting, call 818, as you see here, 637-8100. Please do not call in advance of the agenda item. With this being said, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Brotman.
Here.
Devine. Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian.
Here.
Mayor Agajanian.
Present. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ajamian. I will lead the flag salute. Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God,
Please remain standing for tonight's invocation. We commence tonight's meeting giving thanks for bringing us through the holiday season and pray that the new year will be one of love, peace, and prosperity for all. Be a guide to our council in all of their considerations. Finally, we ask for guidance that we all may continue to live our lives in accordance to your teachings. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Okay, what's next, please?
Next would be presentations and appointments. 3A agenda preview for the meeting of Tuesday, January 19th, 2021.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Devine.
If I may, I would like to nominate for our brand new Sustainability Commission, Jennifer Pinkerton. I guess she is the first nominee. She has an extensive background in sustainability, and I know that she's going to be an asset to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
I will follow that up right now with my nomination for the Sustainability Commission, and that would be for Alec Bartfusuf. Alec is a Glendale native, and he started the Coalition for a Green Glendale in 2007. Some of you know about that group. They helped form 3 community gardens and advocated for the plastic bag ordinance and a number of other things. He has a master's in urban planning from UCLA, and he's now working as a transportation planner for the city of Los Angeles. Also served in the past as a transportation and parking commissioner and helped form the group Walk Bike Glendale. So I think he along with Jennifer will be excellent members of the Sustainability Commission.
Thank you. Is there any other? Okay. So what's next, Namas? MLK?
Deputy City Manager,
Okay.
John Tuktalyan.
John? Yes,
Good
please.
evening, Mayor Agajani and members of the City Council. Next week, we'll have a joint City Council Housing Authority meeting in the afternoon with 2 items on the agenda. The first will be a report from Community Development regarding consideration to join the California Statewide Communities Development Authority. That'll be followed up with another report from the same department regarding approval of amendments to a servicing agreement between the Housing Authority and the Heritage Housing Partners. For the evening City Council meeting, that'll begin at 6 o'clock. There's 2 consent items. The first will be a report from Public Works regarding amendments to the contract for Beeline maintenance facilities. And the second will be a report from the city attorney regarding ratification of the extension of emergency public orders. That'll be followed by just one action item. At 8A would be a report from community development regarding urban beekeeping, followed by a hearing regarding an appeal of the Design Review Board case located at 2941 to 2943 Honolulu Avenue. That concludes next week's agenda preview.
Thank you. Okay, what's next, please?
Mayor, next is MLK proclamation.
Okay. Proclamation, whereas the life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is commemorated for his unconditional dedication to advancing principles of freedom, racial justice, and equality. And whereas in 1955, after Dr. King was involved in a 381-day-long boycott targeting segregation laws with buses, Alabama's segregation laws were overturned to be unconstitutional. And whereas Dr. King's inspiring activism was embedded in his great belief for leading movements that used nonviolent protest tactics and civil disobediences. And whereas Dr. King led a breakthrough civil rights movement that amplified the voices of Americans who entrusted a continual struggle that aims to eradicate all forms of racial violence. And whereas community leaders, educators, parents, students, faith leaders, and community members have come together to form the Coalition for an Anti-Racist Glendale committed to building a more just and equitable city where all residents, employees, and visitors can thrive. And whereas the city of Glendale became the third former sundown town in the country and the first in California to pass a sundown town resolution which acknowledged and apologized for the city's history of racism. And whereas the city of Glendale has formally committed itself to developing a city that is equitable and inclusive for all communities by committing to work against racism and promote an anti-racist Glendale. And whereas the Martin Luther King Jr. Togetherhood Planning Committee, including the City of Glendale, YWCA Glendale, YMCA Glendale, and Dignity Health Glendale Memorial Hospital, come together each year to celebrate the life and legacy of a man who brought hope and healing to America. And whereas the 5th annual celebration in the city of Glendale will take place virtually on Thursday, January 14, 2021 at 12 noon. And now, therefore, I, Viraj Agajanian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, do hereby proclaim January 18, 2021 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, as a citywide Remembrance Day where all residents are encouraged to remember Dr. King's legacy and continue to work against all forms of injustice. So this is for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day, Viraj Agajanian, Mayor, January 12, 2021. Thank you for listening. Whom I present this. Oh, so this is to those who are present to receive this. Thank you for being with us. Anybody wants to comment, please? Our guests first.
Yes, I believe Ms. Peters has
Am I speaking?
comment.
Yes, please. Yes, Ms. Peterson.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Coalition for an Anti-Racist Glendale and the MLK Togetherhood Planning Committee, it is my distinct honor to receive the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day proclamation recognizing Monday, January 18th as a citywide day of remembrance when all residents are encouraged to remember Dr. King's rich legacy as we continue our important work against all forms of injustice. This proclamation recognizes the enduring legacy and countless contributions made by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in building a nationwide movement to challenge racism, poverty, political disenfranchisement, and the disproportionate health and environmental impacts of racism, issues that we continue to work toward eliminating today. The presentation of this proclamation builds upon the commitments made in the recent Sundown Town resolution and is a meaningful way to value the strides made towards racial justice in the United States as we continue the important work here in Glendale to build a more equitable, anti-racist, and sustainable future. This Day of Remembrance will also serve as a launch of the YWCA Glendale's 21-day Racial Equity and Social Justice Challenge, sponsored by Kaiser Permanente, Walt Disney Imagineering, Envision Consultant, Pegasus Home Health Care, and Brewyard Beer Company, and endorsed by over 50 community ambassadors. This challenge is open to all communities to come together, and when you sign up, you will be able to receive daily emails with set activities designed to raise awareness and to build new skills to address racism in our personal lives and in our community. To quote Dr. King, our goal is to create a beloved community, and this will require a qualitative change in our soul as well as a quantitative change in our lives. Given the disturbing events we all witnessed this last week at our nation's capital, the need for this challenge and to make this transformative change Dr. King called for is more urgent than ever. We thank the mayor and the city council for presenting this timely and important proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Okay, is there any comment? Are we good? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Kasaf.
Thank you, and I think it was an important proclamation to issue, as the city has done previously in the past, and we continue, and I'm sure we'll continue to do as we recommit ourselves to the values that bind us all together as Americans. One favor I would like to ask staff is in the future, I know that I believe on the agenda it said MLK. If it is my desire, I don't know if my colleagues would agree, to have the full name of Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King spelled out in the future. People will look back on our agendas as part of the permanent record and wonder what we were commemorating. It would be important to include his full God-given name, because if we start going into abbreviations, I know people use RBG for Ruth Bader Ginsburg and others. I don't know what's next. Perhaps we'll have emojis on our agendas, and I hope we don't go there. So that would be my preference. And thank you to Ms. Peterson for her efforts as well.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Broughton.
Yeah, two things. First, I want to thank staff for putting together the proclamation and I believe working with Ms. Peterson on that. And I don't really have anything else to say on that. I think it was all said in the proclamation. But if I could, I just wanted to ask a procedural question. I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of a Glendale resident who recently passed away. Do I do that now, or should I wait till my comments after the consent calendar?
I have the person who is employee, which I have to read about him. Is that
Mr.
at
Mayor?
the end of the? Okay.
Sorry,
Okay,
apologize
Mr.
to
Golanya.
interrupt. Yes.
Mr. Golanya.
Yes, procedurally, these requests are done under city council and staff comments.
Okay. Sorry about that. I got a little confused.
All
I
right.
will hold off on that then.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, if there is no comments, next item, please.
Next is the hydrogen presentation by the Japanese consulate. I think
Are they ready now?
I do believe they're live.
Oh, yes. The Council General is here. Council General Moto, can you hear me? Not yet.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. That's great. All right. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for having me here at this City Council meeting. Let me say a few words before Mr. Saeki, the Executive Director of the JETRO, makes an in-depth presentation on hydrogen. Now, Japanese Prime Minister Suga, in his first policy statement back in October last year, declared that Japan will go carbon neutral by the year 2050. Now, he has also succeeded his predecessor Abe's cabinet decision on building the hydrogen power society by the year 2030. So the hydrogen would be essential component of the energy mix by the time we achieve the carbon neutral by 2050. So Japan is steadily advancing towards the hydrogen powered society through building various hydrogen infrastructures. It would be my hope that Japan build the hydrogen powered society not only by itself, but together with Southern California, which would allow the hydrogen powered society to expand across the United States and even beyond. In this regard, it is promising that many Japanese companies, including Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Toshiba, are interested in investing here in Southern California. So I am working with LA City Mayor Garcetti, Lancaster City Mayor Rex Paris, and I look forward to working with the city of Glendale for building more hydrogen infrastructures in our fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council General Moto from Japan. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Now, what's next?
Next is consent items, including the minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Council General
anybody?
has the
Is
remainder
there a
of the
presentation on this,
presentation.
Mr. Mayor?
Is there more to present, Mr. Moto?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I mean, my remarks was only the introductory, and so I will ask Mr. Saeki.
Yes.
Okay,
To make
Mr.
presentation on
Saeki.
hydrogen.
All right, Mr. Saeki, let's continue then. Mr. Saeki? We can't hear you.
Mr. Saeki will be connected soon.
Okay.
Just a few seconds, please.
Thank you.
Saeki-san. Saeki-san, お願いします。Saeki-san, お願いします。
Hello?
Mr. Saeki, please, the floor is yours.
Mr. Saeki, can you hear me? You are mute, I guess. Can you connect?
Mr. Saeki is on WebEx.
Yeah, I can see him, but I can't hear.
Saeki-san、ちょっと連絡して。
電話でつなげてるので、ちょっと電話に出れない。
佐伯さん、お願いします。
Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes, we are waiting for
Okay.
you. You can do your presentation.
Thank you very much. Owing to my some system troubles, I am just calling from my handy phone, so please accept my insufficient systems. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests and Mayor Grace Apajanian and City Mayor Kevin Phelps and all of the members, distinguished members of City Council, and all the staffs and all the residents in Glendale, the city of Glendale. My name is Norihiko Saeki. I'm the executive director of JETRO Los Angeles. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you to allow me to give a presentation of the city of Glendale. And actually, we are really respect the great history. And actually, one of my colleagues, Kumiko Torres, lives in Glendale. She really loves the beautiful city and is always proud of living in the Glendale. And then actually, Glendale is as known as the Silicon Mountain, and at the same time, the city of Glendale is also make a great strategy about green Glendale. So I'm really much obliged to appear before this session. For those of you who are not familiar with the JETRO, I'd like to share who we are and what we do. And JETRO is a Japan external organization, which is a non-profit organization established under the Japanese Act, and now we are covering the 55 countries globally. And in Japan, we have also have all of the we have offices in all the prefectures. So that is why we can promote local to local collaboration, both in United States and Japan. And in general, JETRO's mission is to promote expansion of the business between the U.S. and the Japan industries. I'm in charge of supporting to address the environmental and regional issues with Japanese industries. Today, we would like to share the kind of status of the hydrogen energy economy and the possible options for the city of Glendale. This is my absolute goal of my today's presentation. Thank you very much. So next slide, please. So as the Consul General Muto said, Japan is now promoting the hydrogen energy and to establish a hydrogen-powered society. And so what is hydrogen? Well, hydrogen is the most important feature of hydrogen is totally free from the carbon dioxide. And it also would even serve to reduce the greenhouse gas. If we produce hydrogen from the biogas, we can remove the huge amount of greenhouse gas. And currently, hydrogen used as a material for the chemical industry. But in recent years, hydrogen is used as a source of the energy. So this is a new point. Why hydrogen? Because hydrogen has a strong energy density. Compared to the gasoline system, hydrogen energy density is 3 times of gasoline. So it is very, very high performance. And at the same time, hydrogen energy conversion efficiency of fuel cell system is almost 3 times of a combustion engine. So if we successfully utilize the hydrogen with fuel cell systems, this is very, very efficient to sustain the life in the city of Glendale. And there's a wide variety of the energy usage of the hydrogen at this moment. The typical example of the hydrogen is the transportation. So I think most of people see the Mirai, Toyota's Mirai. They released a Mirai back to 2014. That right now they are trying to sell the new type of the Mirai, and so they're trying to produce fuel cell system very efficiently. So I think the cost will be much lower compared to the existing systems. So right now, innovation about hydrogen is going forward. The second example of the use case of the hydrogen is the thermal power generation. And as you know, Glendale is one of the members of the Intermountain Power Project. And the last year, the Intermountain Power Project decided to introduce the new system of the power plant from the coal to natural gas plus hydrogen combined power plant. And their absolute goal is to 100% hydrogen-based power plant. So it's totally clean based on the existing thermal power systems. And this project is supported by the Japanese company Mitsubishi Power. So we would like to increase the opportunity to provide a 100% clean technology to the local economy. And the third one is the microgrid reliability system. I think I will talk a little bit later. The fourth example is the port and the factory infrastructure. So we are just trying to move forward the installment of the hydrogen system to replace the diesel-based system in the port of Los Angeles. And there's a wide variety of the diesel-based systems which could use as the energy sources to sustain each machine systems. So in this case, we would like to change from the diesel-based system into the hydrogen system. By doing so, we can replace to ensure the 100 carbonless effect. And this is the advantages of and applications of the hydrogen. But of course, there's so many discussions out there for the next generation of energy. So hydrogen is, of course, one of the promising energy resources, and ammonium is also another solution to the energy system. And of course, in California, I think the battery is given the top priority at this moment. Of course, we as Japan developed, and at the same time we deployed the battery systems all over the world, all over the systems in our life. But we understand that battery plus hydrogen system is much more better for our society. So next page, please. Thank you very much. Why Japan? Why do Japan promote hydrogen? Because we have a long history of development of the hydrogen technology. That actually back to 1978, it's just 4 decades ago, Japan started the hydrogen, especially the fuel cell system. Fuel cell system is the split to generate electricity from a combination of the hydrogen and oxygen. And so that we have long history. So this is a very long the struggle to make the system much more cheaper and more and more sufficient to the system to the ordinary life. So we are very sure that we are proud of promoting hydrogen. And actually, the Japanese government delivered the first basic hydrogen strategy. Actually, this in 2017. And Japan is the first country to formulate its own national strategy in the world. And actually, we are now promoting the hydrogen diplomacy and to share the benefits of the hydrogen with many of the countries, not only U.S., but also Europe and even China and South Korea and Asian countries. So please go to the next page. One more, please.
So everyone knows.
Yeah. This is examples of the multilateral effort to introduce the hydrogen. So Japan hosted the hydrogen energy minister meeting 3 times since 2018, and the last year, Mayor Garcetti, mayor of the city of Los Angeles, participated in this minister meeting to share the current situation, the current status, the current use case in Los Angeles. So we would like to invite many of the countries, many of the cities to utilize hydrogen. So please go to the next slide. Thank you very much. And the last year, European countries, this is an example of the countries which already delivered their strategy or launched the program about the R&D project and about the hydrogen. The last year, the European countries issued the hydrogen strategy not only at the level of the EU, European Commission, but also each country also delivered released their own strategy. So I think in Asian country, in Asia, Japan, China, South Korea is now trying to move forward the hydrogen. And in the United States, as in California, is the best and the strongest state to promote the hydrogen. And in Europe, they are trying to move forward and much more quickly and accelerated their efforts to develop and deployment of the hydrogen. So I think this is the start point, but I think this effort will be accelerated. So I think it's very good time for the city of Glendale to think about the utilization of the hydrogen. Next slide, please. Here's the examples of the Japanese use case of the hydrogen. But here actually we deployed the hydrogen station all over the nation. The number is 135. I think this is the number. This is the largest number in the world. And we also provide make an effort to provide the green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is based on the renewable electricity, and we split the water into the hydrogen and oxygen. And by doing so, we provide the hydrogen to the systems. And this is absolute clean technology. And at the same time, also promoted the R&D program, not only the passenger cars, bus, trucks, train, and fleet, so we can move forward all over the usage of the transportation systems. And we also promoted the usage of the hydrogen in the home level. So we like because the hydrogen could serve as an electrification of the home and buildings. At the same time, we also are promoting the grid reliability. This I will talk a little bit later. Thank you very much. Please go to the next page. Here's the examples of the Japanese companies' effort to support the decarbonization in California. And the Japanese companies have already invested in so many systems. The typical example of the Japanese investment is the refueling station. The first element of fuel which is the largest operator of the hydrogen producing hydrogen refueling station. And this company is invested by the Japanese company, the Mitsui, and at the same time the Japanese Public Financial Corporation, Japan Bank for International Corporation. And I think the total amount of the investment is around $100 million. So it's not so small amount. It's rather huge. And at the same time, we would like to use case of the transportation systems. The Toyota and the Honda will now release the next generation of the transport passenger cars. And at the same time, Toyota and Hino, the Japanese bus and the truck automakers, now try to release a new generation of the tractors systems. And at the same time, as I said before, the Mitsubishi Power now produced the IPA, Intermountain Power Agency, to provide hydrogen and natural gas combined power systems. And at the same time, we are now trying to move for the decarbonization effort in the port of Los Angeles, the port of San Pedro. And at the same time, a Japanese company, Hitachi Zosen Innova, is also trying to set up the renewable gases. And this hydrogen is from the biogas system. It's totally 100% renewable hydrogen. So this is also good for the environment. Next slide, please. So from now, we would like to share the current status in the California and other municipal governments and try to think about the option of hydrogen as one of the systems in the great city of Glendale. And here's examples of the municipal government's use case of the hydrogen. Fuel cell vehicles. The Caltrans, the Sacramento County, the city of Sacramento, city of Oakland, city of Long Beach, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, San Bernardino County, and in Europe. Here's the examples of the use case in California. But of course, European countries are trying to deploy or increase the deployment of the hydrogen-based system. So city of London, the city of Hamburg, and the London taxi is also now using the hydrogen-based fuel cell car taxi. The Paris taxi is also doing the same thing. So right now, I think the procurement of the government could be one of the best showcase for the local residents. So I think I strongly recommend you to join the hydrogen usage society. Next slide, please. And in California, California Air Resources Board has decided to introduce the regulation over the zero-emission vehicles to promote zero-emission vehicles in the municipal government, not only municipal government, but also the private sectors, the bus operators. And currently, I think there are four companies utilize the hydrogen system. I think of course, there is another system of zero emission, electric vehicles. So what is the load allocation? Generally speaking, the cruise distance is longer, the hydrogen is better. The cruise distance is shorter, EV is the proven technology and it's better. So we would like to promote a more efficient system. So if the city of Glendale has a long cruising distance of the buses, we would like to strongly recommend you to think about the utilization of the hydrogen-based fuel cell buses. Next slide, please. And this is my final introduction of the new systems. And currently, the Japanese government is trying to ensure the stable supply of the energy, electricity to society. Because in California, unfortunately, there's a lot of, compared to the other states and compared to the Japan, I think that the electric outage, number of electric outage is a little bit larger. And if we depend on the more and more renewable powers, the system is a little bit more and more unstable. So we need to ensure the stabilizer of the energy supply of electricity. In this context, hydrogen could be one of the solutions for this. So why? Why hydrogen? Because hydrogen can be stored very, very cheaply because it requires only the steam carbon tank. It's very proven, it's very cheap, and it's very easy to scalable. And at the same time, compared to the battery systems, of course, currently the battery system is the only solution for it. But compared to the battery systems, hydrogen can store for a long time, long period. So we can adjust the period between the high volume demand, such as in winter or summer, and between the difference between the low demand era like spring and fall. So we can provide the hydrogen as a kind of as a source of energy systems to sustain the electricity systems. So I think there are some occasions that we encounter the PSPS public safety power shuttle in California because there's so many wildfires just occurring. It's just maybe we have more than 8,000 times. And so if there's a risk of the wildfires, we need to shut down the electricity. While the PSPS, we can provide electricity by this small microgrid systems using the hydrogen. So next slide, please. So this is my recommendation for the city of Glendale to think about kind of options to that hydrogen. At first, we would like to recommend you to formulate the hydrogen energy strategy of city of Glendale in cooperation with Japan. And the second my recommendation is to support the instrument of fuel cell systems by residents. The third one is to introduce the fuel cell electrical vehicles systems as a kind of showcase for the residents and other companies' investments. And lastly, we also recommended to introduce the hydrogen system as a kind of as a sort of the energy emergency supply system, which could even used during the PSPS. Thank you very much. This is my presentation. I'm really proud of making the presentation before very distinguished guests and audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saiki, and thank you, General Counsel Moto. Thank you for coming and presenting this hydrogen energy economy system. Thank you very much. Is there any question? Oh, yes, Ms. Devine.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Consul General Muto and Mr. Saiki, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you for the presentation. Good to see you. This is very impressive. It sounds promising. I hope that our staff will take a good look at this, and seems that you're leading the way. With all of these hydrogen projects around the world, did you share your system with the C40? Are you members of the C40 or the race? What is it called? The Race to Zero?
Oh, yes. In fact, the deputy chair of the C40 is the governor of Tokyo, Koike.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Because I'm going to make a recommendation tonight about that. So this is very kind of, it all ties in. My other question is, we would have to have infrastructure, wouldn't we, for hydrogen, different?
Yes.
We
wanna
lost
ask?
you. You must be muted.
Mr.
About
Saiki,
infrastructure for this hydrogen fuel. If we have the vehicles, do we have to have a different infrastructure in place, right? For cars and buses and,
You would need the fuel cell station. But Mr. Saiki mentioned about the investment from the Japan Bank of International Bank of Japan Bank for International Cooperation investment on the first element fuel, which is building the fuel cell stations in California.
oh, okay.
So recently, the Mitsui company and the JBIC announced the $47 million investment for the first element fuel. So the purpose of the investment is to expand the fuel cell stations all across the California.
Yeah, okay.
So as they build more fuel cell stations, I hope that City of Glendale will also benefit from that investment.
Okay, and my other question goes back to several years ago, I was at a conference, and I don't know if it was Long Beach or West Hollywood, but they were talking about, they were using hydrogen, they were promoting hydrogen vehicles and et cetera, but everybody that was there was kind of afraid of the combustibility factor of hydrogen. Has that been kind of controlled somehow? Or have you had any incidences of combustibility?
Saik-san, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, there are two ways to use the hydrogen as energy. One is the fuel cell system. So we generate the electricity by the process using the fuel cell system. Another example of the hydrogen usage is the combustion engine. We can use the combustion engine to utilize the hydrogen. This is an example of the which is used in the intermountain power plant. So there are two kinds of use of hydrogen. I think, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the use, how to use the hydrogen energy in the West Hollywood, but I think generally speaking, most of the use case is only used by used via fuel systems. So I think the, you mentioned is maybe fuel cell based systems or something.
I think Council Woman is concerned about the safety of the hydrogen.
Yes, the explosion.
Okay.
The combustibility. Yeah, explosions.
Okay. Sorry. Compared to the gasoline, hydrogen's ignition temperature is much higher. So it's almost 550 degrees centigrade. So it is hydrogen is not easy to explode at all. So at the same time, hydrogen is very, very light. So hydrogen is, if there's a hole on the tank, hydrogen rapidly going out, so there's no explosion. So I think compared to the combustion engine of the gasoline, I think the hydrogen could be a much safer system. So that's why Toyota Motors tested so many times and finally decided to deploy the hydrogen system.
Okay.
So we are very proud. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Saik-san, is there any reports or for any incidents on the explosion in Japan using the hydrogen energy?
So far, I have never heard about
Neither have I.
significant programs about explosion or something. So I think so far, hydrogen, I think that 5 years or 6 years have passed since the first generation of the Mirai. I think there's no significant issues that are stemming from the fuel system and the hydrogen tank. So I'm really sure.
All right,
Thank you
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bratton.
Can
Mr. Bratton.
Yeah, thanks for giving this presentation. I didn't know it was coming, otherwise I would have been more prepared and would have invited some people to hear it. In any case, well, a couple things. One, I've been driving an electric car for many years, and I'm on my second one. And when the lease is up, I was actually thinking of a hydrogen vehicle, and I looked into it. There are no filling stations in Glendale, as far as I know. The ones that are nearby, also, the problem is that they are only 30% green hydrogen. Most of the hydrogen is being produced using natural gas. So it's not really helping for me to go to a hydrogen vehicle right now. So, I mean, two things I would ask is, can we get a filling station in Glendale? And can we get one that's 100% solar powered so that we're producing the hydrogen purely from the sun? If we were able to do that, I'd be out there in a second. That would be my car of choice, because I do think hydrogen vehicles are really a good way to go. I'll also mention, we're looking ourselves at our vehicle fleet and how we can convert our vehicle fleet to 100% clean energy. And heavy duty vehicles are really the challenge. And hydrogen is probably the solution there. So if there's anything that in the future we can perhaps test or pilot, garbage vehicles or buses or other kind of heavy duty equipment, I think our Public Works Department would probably be very interested in doing that. So I just want to mention that. The other thing I want to say is, hydrogen is great, again, but only if it's coming from clean energy. And I don't consider, biofuels a clean energy. They are renewable, but not clean. There are a lot of environmental harms that come from biofuels. The gas company is promoting it because they want to keep their their business model, but it's really very problematic. So I would like to see more emphasis on the hydrogen being produced from solar and wind and other truly renewable and clean sources. And I would also really like to see IPP be fully green hydrogen. I think right now it's only 30% hydrogen and the rest is still natural gas. So that's better than where they were before with 100% natural gas, but it's still not good enough, I think. That's all I want to say. I guess, a question is, the city of Glendale is looking at purchasing some peaker plants, some gas peaker plants, internal combustion engines from a company called Wärtsilä. And my question is the technology there now that we could, instead of those, put in a hydrogen-based system that we could, essentially it's storage, right? I mean, hydrogen is like the best form of storage, that we could basically produce hydrogen from, clean energy sources and power those engines.
Yeah, thank you very much for your various comments. Can I start my comment?
Yes,
sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for detailed comments, and I totally agree with you. Various comments about it, and my answer for your question is currently I think the Japanese companies whose name is Kawasaki Heavy Industries, they have already developed the technology up to 100% hydrogen based thermal power plant. But its scale is maybe around 5 megawatt or something, so it's very small. So I think it could be one of the, however, it could be one of the solutions for the city of Glendale. And so I think that regarding the peaker, or unfortunately I don't know how much electricity is used in the city of Glendale, but I think that I'm sure even now there's a solution for the city of Glendale in the Japan side. And regarding the storage system of the hydrogen, I think if we try to utilize as a peaker system, I think the wide amount of hydrogen is needed. So I think there are some examples. Currently, I think the IPA, so Intermountain Power Project, solar carbon it could be the solutions to store the hydrogen. So I think it depends on the demand of the hydrogen. So the cheapest solution is only to utilize our steam carbon tanks. But I think that at the utility scale, I think it is not sufficient. So I think maybe solar carbon or some other systems is required. So, but we have solutions, wide variety of solutions, wide variety of companies who have the technology of hydrogen. So if there's a need or if there's an interest for the Glendale site, we would like to set up some of the Japanese teams and to do the feasibility study in city of Glendale. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Kisaki. Mr. Kisaki.
I will defer to our Consul General Muto.
Yes,
Okay.
regarding one of the questions the gentleman mentioned regarding whether the fuel station will be built in the city of Glendale or not. So, it is a question of which comes first, chicken or egg. And it's up to the first element fuel, the California company, to decide where to build the new fuel stations. But I assume they wouldn't be building the new fuel stations where there is no demand for that. So you would need, the city of Glendale would need to encourage the consumers to purchase more, more hydrogen vehicles. And for those purposes, as Alexa mentioned, it would make sense if the city of Glendale itself procures the hydrogen vehicles to showcase for the citizens of the city of Glendale, that the hydrogen is the future energy. And that will invoke more demands and would encourage the first element fuel to build more fuel stations here in the city of Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
If
Kisaki.
I'd like to make a small comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. For the council have questions, it's okay, but this is not an agendized item, so if we're gonna have this level of back and forth, we really need to put this on the agenda for a
Okay.
more
That's
robust
why-
discussion. I mean,
All
I know,
right.
I think Councilman Kisaki
That's
may have had a
what-
question, but
Yes.
we can't have the back and forth at the level that we're having.
Mr. Kasakian, and that's why I came to Mr. Kasakian to bring this to a close, but however, Mr. Kasakian.
Sure. I'd like to commend the representatives who are here today and the nation of Japan in their efforts to be leaders in this hydrogen-powered future. I'll be happy to suggest that we agendize a discussion about locating or exploring places for a hydrogen fueling station within the city boundaries. I'm completely fine with that. My only suggestion would be to also work with Cal State Los Angeles, California State University Los Angeles, which has one of the nation's largest experimental hydrogen fueling stations and research facilities. And it's just right here in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to bring this to a close. If
Well, how about me?
Mr. Najarian, briefly,
Never call
please.
on me. Listen, this is great news. In fact, in my role as a Metro board member, I have been working with a hydrogen supplying company, and I've been in touch with the city manager with the possibility of bringing hydrogen to our future internal combustion engine plant, which of course is internal combustion, generating the electricity, different from the hydrogen fuel cell technology. Mr. Brotman is right. It's important that we keep it to be green hydrogen. There's a company that's building a $5 billion plant in Saudi Arabia due to their solar availability to create the energy to make the hydrogen. But if you have to get energy from coal and from and from other carbon sources, it doesn't work. But I would very much like to bring the Japanese industries up to speed and get you in touch with Metro. Apparently there is a hydrogen line that's very close to Glendale right now, and they don't have to lay a hydrogen line. It's there. We just need to work on that infrastructure. So I look forward to a future discussion on this. And I very much appreciate the presentation, Council General Muto and Mr. Saiki.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Saiki and Council General Muto. So what's next?
Consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
So may I have a motion for consent
I'll move the
items?
consent calendar.
Second,
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. Okay, now next is City Council comments. I want to start with, in light of recent unrest at the United States Capitol, I would like to read a statement that I have issued in the media. The city of Glendale is diverse and welcoming community that respects the views and beliefs of those in all paths of life. The events which occurred at the United States Capitol on Wednesday, January 6, 2021, do not represent our values as a community. This past week, our nation has witnessed unprecedented insurrection against our government. We do not condone these actions. These actions are antithetical to the values and policies of the city organization. The city of Glendale remains committed to respect, equality, and ensuring a safe environment for our community and our public servants. The next, I think I can refer to now as one of our employees, apparently, Mr. Felipe Luna, one of our employees who passed away. You're seeing his picture on the screen. I would like to close tonight's City Council, of course, a little bit later, but I will read because he has been our employee. So, close City Council meeting in the memory of Mr. Felipe Luna. It is with great sadness to report the passing of our public works employee, Felipe Luna. Mr. Luna worked in the streets division as a cement worker finisher. He was our lead personnel who managed our concrete finishing crew. We had the pleasure of having Mr. Luna as part of our City of Glendale family for over 12 years. He is survived by his wife, Maria, his son, Abraham, and his 3 adopted daughters, Arma, Martha, and Adesile. Our thoughts and prayers are with Mr. Luna's family during this very difficult time. Okay, now I would go to my colleagues for their comments. Mr. Brotman, you are You are disconnected.
Okay, how's that?
That's
better.
great now.
I would also like to adjourn in honor of another Glendale resident who sadly passed away recently. And his picture is here. His name is Kurt Weissmuller. He passed away on January 2nd. after a fight with stomach cancer. I didn't know Kurt personally, but I think some of you may have. He was active in Glendale affairs. He formerly was a planning commissioner. He also served on the AYSO Region 88 Board of Directors, and that's why you see him there with a bunch of youth soccer players. In his work life, he was a successful environmental attorney and until recently was a deputy attorney general in the Natural Resources section, the Natural Resources Law section in Los Angeles. He's survived by his wife, Jennifer, and his two daughters, Connie and Kate. I should mention that the family has established a fund in his honor to benefit underprivileged youth that cannot afford AYSO registration fees. And I have the address, which I can provide. I don't know exactly what the best way to do that is, but I will follow up and give that to the city clerk. My heart goes out to his wife, Kurt's wife and family. I know it must be difficult, and I understand he was beloved in Glendale. So if we could also adjourn in his memory, I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Is there?
I have a few other items if I could continue. One of them is I wanted to mention that I was appointed recently to the League of California Cities Environmental Quality Policy Committee. This is a committee that recommends policy positions for the League on issues such as energy, climate change, waste management and recycling, CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, air quality, water quality, wildfires, and other things. It meets 3 times a year and will have its first meeting actually this week. So I thought I would mention that. It's a way for us to have a voice on legislation that is coming from Sacramento, specifically on environmental issues. I was also going to give an update on a meeting that I attended, Southern California Association of Governors Energy Environment Committee. I think I will hold that to next week because it's going to be a long night and I do have some other things to cover. So we'll just put a pin in that. I like to give updates after each meeting, but I will do that next week. Just one more thing is, I feel like a broken record on this, but we really need to do a better job with our COVID enforcement, including masks and gatherings. I'm not saying that our neighborhood services or our police department are not working on this hard. They are, and they have a lot of other priorities, I know. But I still think we have this idea that violating COVID rules is somehow not as serious as something else like breaking into a car or speeding, but it is as serious. People are spreading infection at an alarming rate. People are dying, and more will die because of the unwillingness of some people to cancel a holiday party or put a piece of cloth over their face. So I have asked the interim city manager and police chief to see if we can not just hand out masks and tell people that they should be wearing them, but going forward that we should take down I think it's called an FI, if I have the right terminology, a field incident report. Anytime we see somebody that we stop somebody that is not wearing a mask or is not socially distancing. I'm not saying we have to give out citations, but we should know when we give somebody a warning who they are. We should get that information in the field so that on a subsequent contact, if they are doing it again, then it's time for a citation. What we've been doing up till now, as far as I understand, is just telling people to put on a mask, and we move on, and we don't ever have a record of who we spoke to, how many times we've spoken to them, or anything like that. So, I've asked before for things like, could we look at a volunteer brigade to do better enforcement? I never got anything back on that. Now I'm asking that going forward, we record the information on the people that we've stopped, and that we just kind of make a renewed effort on this. Also, I should say, I understand we have 2 people that we've put on COVID enforcement, 2 of our officers. I think we should consider, if that's not enough, going out just like we do with parking enforcement, get some people in who can hand out citations and have them help with our enforcement efforts, because we're clearly not doing enough. Anyway, that's what I want to say, and I don't know if Chief Povolitis or Interim City Manager Galanian want to say anything about that, but I feel like I just keep bringing this up and nothing really much is happening.
Okay. Mr. Gulanian, or
Yes.
Chief wants to say something?
Mr. Mayor, Member of City Council, Councilmember Brotman, thank you for bringing up those issues again. Staff is working on doing some research and the possibility of the volunteer group that you had asked for. I apologize because of the holidays and other priorities that hasn't been finalized, but it will be done soon. Chief Povolitis and I have been in conversation and communication regarding a renewed enforcement activity. The current system that we have is not capable of making those registrations as far as identities are concerned. However, Chief Povolitis and his team are working on a new system that should be operational fairly soon, and it will achieve what we had discussed, what you had brought up, as far as issuing some notices in lieu of the first-time violations that won't warrant citations. So that will be forthcoming, and I will keep you appraised of our progress.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there Ms. Devine?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to start my comments by saying how fitting it is that we gave the proclamation for Dr. Martin Luther King after we saw violence in Washington, D.C. for change, when Martin Luther King firmly believed that violence was not the way. And so I think this was a very apropos evening to give out that proclamation. I do want to mention very briefly, and this goes along with the presentation we had from the Consul General and Mr. Saiki. I attended the SCAG Regional Council meeting, and the Mayor Garcetti was there. And he is part of a mayor's coalition for climate change mitigation. It's called Cities Race to Zero. And he is recruiting cities. The feeling is that the real climate change, sustainability, environmental issues are going to be solved at the local level, in the municipalities. And so they're trying to get as many cities, and this is a global campaign, by the way. They have over 57 world mayors, and it sounded like probably even more. And I was happy to hear that Tokyo was part of that. But there are over 210 mayors in the United States that are members of this coalition. And the objective is to rally leadership and support for a healthy, resilient, zero carbon transition that deals with climate change, future threats, decent jobs, and unlocks inclusive, sustainable growth. And so what I'd like to, if I can get a second, I would like for our mayor and future mayors to join this Race to Zero coalition.
Well, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Happily.
we'll have representation and be in on the discussion of what is going on, in not only in our city, but other cities as far as climate change and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm finished, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasakian.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I do want to also say a few words about what happened in the Capitol last week. And I mentioned in a post that I was an intern in 1998 when an armed individual tried to make their way into the Capitol and actually shot and killed 2 Capitol Hill police officers. I had been fortunate enough to already pass through that entrance and had left the Capitol just an hour or 2 before and had missed it. But one of the officers I knew because I would greet him daily on my way into work and back. And I remember how frustrated and how angry I was on that day that someone would have the audacity would even try to make their way into the Capitol to inflict violence on such hallowed ground. And so when I saw the events just last week, it just brought back all those emotions tenfold. So as we reconvene our meetings this new year here at City Hall, coming off one of what I believe is the darkest day in American history, I think it bears some reflection, even though a group of what can only be described as many things, vandals, terrorists, attempted an assault on our nation's capital, we have to come out of this stronger. Now, no matter how you feel about our outgoing president or our incoming president, there's no excuse for the violence we saw last week. And it was violence. People died, one of them a Capitol police officer. So what happened was horrifying. It was disgusting and, of course, very sad. But we have to remember that the signs of this violence have been escalating and building, from rallies where hate groups feel emboldened to even events right here in Glendale, where under the guise of protest, individuals forced their way into and disrupted an event intended to talk about the Armenian genocide, honoring 2 members of Congress who voted for a resolution right here at the Glendale Public Library. This was, I believe, just in December of last year, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a few years ago. Now, the Capitol is and unfortunately remains the sanctuary of democracy in our nation. And democracy and freedom of speech, used responsibly, isn't only for those who prevail in elections. So if you're angry at your government or your elected officials, if you want them to know how you feel about something, you have many options at your disposal. You may call them, you may write to them, either with an email or stamp, and certainly you may vote. What you should not do ever is express your will with violence or even the threat of violence. Freedoms and liberties of America are granted to us by a sacred contract we have made as citizens with each other. And what we saw a week ago was what that contract starting to break down. But we cannot and will not let it break down. I believe it is our sacred duty as Americans, as I know all of you do as well. We must be united in our commitment to democracy and its principles. These principles aren't intended to be exalted only when an election goes our way. Without respect and civility, we will remain divided. And as Abraham Lincoln warned us, a house divided against itself will not stand. So I pray for civility. I pray for unity. And I hope that in the coming weeks, we will not see more violence. And I look forward to hearing from our police as to what we would possibly be doing here to prepare in the instance that people may want to resort to that. I want to also make a few nominations. I'd like to nominate Nina Chalayan to the Design Review Board, Joel Peterson to the Glendale Water Power Commission, and Seda Khojoyan to the Commission on the Status of Women.
Oh, Seda.
Thank you. Mr. Najarian.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I totally support your remarks made on behalf of council. And I think that violence is not acceptable no matter what your underlying cause is, whether you are advocating civil rights or transparency in government. speech, yes, but violence, no. So I totally condemn the violence that we've seen this year, and especially, in the past 12 months, especially what occurred in the Capitol. I just want to say I support Mr. Brotman's concerns for greater enforcement of the mask ordinance, but please, let's not deputize a bunch of civilians. I'm really concerned about a volunteer crew going out there. I think we're asking for trouble for that. I'd much rather have greater police hours, pay them overtime to go do this, but I don't want a bunch of, things can go sideways pretty quickly, even with the best intentions of people. So I await the report, Mr. Golanian, that you're going to be bringing to us. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Mr. Golanian. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I was going to remind you that we have 3 items that staff would like to share with council and the public.
Okay.
Under staff comments.
Comments.
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. I don't know if I just a little bit earlier I heard that Dr. Garbis Deryegyayan, some they may know, especially in the Armenian community and Rotary. He was Rotarian, and he was president of Mashtut's College in Glendale. Actually, the headquarters was in Armenian Society of Los Angeles, where I am the chairman of it. They told me from the society that he passed away. I was not prepared for this, but however, do we have the pictures? He was an educator for, I don't know how long, long time anyway, very long time, and he was chair of Rotary Middle East Initiative Council. This is Mr. Garbis Deryegyayan, and I was, at least every month, I used to see him here, and he was kind of a very kind man, an educator, and his brother also was a federal judge. His brother's first name I can't remember, but Deryegyayan. Samuel, exactly. Samuel Deryegyayan was a federal judge. Of course, he's retired now, but he worked on different hard cases, his brother, of course. But I'm very sad of his passing, Mr. Garbis Deryegyayan, and my sympathies to his family's kids. This is very sad news. I just heard about it a few hours ago. Ara, you want to add something?
No, he was well known. He was a great figure. He had, as you said, his college. He was a supreme Rotarian and was known literally worldwide for his efforts for his charity work through the Rotary Club, and it is a shame that he passed.
Very
so quickly.
Christian, very religious person. Also, I have to mention, and it's very sad. Anyway, thank you for helping me, Ara, on this issue. Okay, now.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to express my condolences to the Deryegyayan family as well. For those who are unfamiliar with him, obviously you gave a brief synopsis of a man whose life's work far expanded what we can just say in a few minutes, both for Armenian Americans, for Rotarians, for Glendaleans. It's a tremendous loss.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now we go to Mr. Golanian.
Yes, thank you,
Staff
Mr.
comment.
Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to invite Chief Pavlidis to make a statement in response to concern related to the recent riots that occurred at our nation's capital. Chief?
Chief Pavlidis is on his way.
Good evening, Mayor Agajanian and members of City Council. This week I've been asked several times about the events that occurred in Washington, D.C., the U.S. Capitol, and those events and what we've been doing here in Glendale to prepare for that. And I'm just going to say that it is one thing to express an opinion and to have a demonstration. It is quite another to engage in violence. Violence is unacceptable and cannot be tolerated, and the Glendale Police Department remains committed to protecting the rights and maintaining the safety of our community. So if you don't mind, I'd like to start with a general comment about policing and its expectations. We are here to protect our community and uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. Police officers do take an oath, and I think that's unique in the United States, and it's something important. That oath is not an allegiance to a person, not to a president, not to a governor, not to an elected body, not even to a chief of police. We all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and here in California, the Constitution of the state of California. And everyone in our community can expect us to do exactly that. We have always believed in constitutional and respectful policing, and we will continue to uphold that oath as we always have. With respect to Glendale, as I'm sure you recall, there were concerns about civil unrest leading up to the November election and in the time after the November election, and in reality in our discussions through the inauguration. We began preparing for those in September or October of 2020. And in reality, for us in the Glendale Police Department, that has never stopped. While it may not have been in the forefront of what was discussed in public, it is something that the Glendale Police Department has been doing continuously. We monitor information and intelligence sources, and we have regular contact with our local, regional, state, and federal partners to share information, assess potential threats, so that we can plan, prepare, staff, and respond accordingly. We have always trained our officers in crowd management, though this is an area that during the last year we have spent additional time in training, and so have most of our surrounding jurisdictions. So what I will tell you is, as of today, there are no credible threats for Glendale, but let me reemphasize this. The Glendale Police Department continues to monitor the national and regional situation so that we can take the appropriate steps to make sure that we do support and defend the Constitution and keep our community safe.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Golanian.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Next, I'm going to invite Seva Garabedian, our Senior Community Services Supervisor. He is going to introduce our Education Connection Camp video.
Seva.
Good afternoon, Mayor Agajanian, members of council, city staff. My name is Seva Garabedian, Senior Community Services Supervisor with the Community Services and Parks Department. Since July 6th of 2020, the department has been operating childcare programs in the form of our summer day camp program and our Education Connection program at various parks facilities throughout the city. In mid-August, once our Education Connection and Maple Stars after school programs began, our department received numerous emails from parents of our program participants. The emails almost always conclude with the writer thanking us for operating the program and how the program has been a crucial part of each family's daily lives. Parents feel that the program has created an opportunity for their child to socialize and have a place outside of the home to grow, learn, and play. The program has also addressed the concerns many parents faced, childcare, and it has alleviated those concerns, allowing the parents to continue to provide for their families. With the help of our colleagues at GTV6, we created a video that I would like to share with all of you. Let's take a moment and watch that video.
The Community Services and Parks Department has been providing childcare in the form of day camps for over 20 years. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, schools were not able to return to in-person education in the fall of 2020. With City Council direction, the department altered the day camp program and created Education Connection and Maple Stars after school camps to offer and provide childcare for kids during remote learning as an alternative for working parents. The program began operating on August 19th at 5 locations throughout the city of Glendale: the Civic Auditorium, Dunsmore Park, Glen Oaks Park, Maple Park Community Center and Pacific Community Center are the 5 locations which have had the ability to accommodate up to 120 program participants per week. Each day as children arrive at camp, they check in and receive a temperature check. Then they go to their desk and prepare themselves for class by turning on their electronic device, putting on their headphones, and logging into their remote classrooms. Department staff supervise the children to make sure they are logged into class and are paying attention. If a child has connection issues, our staff are there to assist them as necessary.
This program has really saved me and my family from just being in isolation at home. Georgie loves our place here. He has so many friends. The staff is great. For me, being a working mom, it's really helped me and taken a big stress off of me and my family.
In partnership with the Glendale Unified School District, we are able to provide each child with a healthy breakfast and lunch daily. If there is a weekday where school is out due to a holiday, we provide additional days' worth of food and send it home with each child. As a child's school day comes to an end, many participants go home. For parents who need additional care, the program continues to operate daily until 6 p.m. in the form of the Maple Stars After School Camp. During after-school camp, children spend their afternoon doing crafts, playing socially distant and adapted games, have an opportunity to do their homework, or find a book they like, provided by Glendale's Library, Arts, and Culture Department.
This place has been really fun. And also, I love it so much because I get to spend time with my friends, and it feels like that I'm in class.
At the start of the holiday season, the children in the program participated in a craft project. Each child wrote what they are grateful for in regards to camp.
Education Connection participants want to thank the Glendale City Council for putting this program together. We would like to present the council with these shadow boxes as a thank you.
During this holiday season, we too would like to thank the Glendale City Council for making this program possible.
Thank you! Bye!
That's sweet.
The shadow box.
Oh.
Thank you. So as we stated in the video, our EdCamp participants created shadow boxes for each of our council members. There should be a shadow box with the mayor, and we'll get that to you within the next couple of weeks. At this time, on behalf of the Community Services and Parks Department, I would like to thank the City Council for their continued support in our childcare programs. And then on behalf of our Department Director, Onik Bulanikian, and our management team, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank our full-time and our hourly staff who have been the key component of the program. Without our staff, none of this would have been possible, and I wanted to acknowledge and recognize their commitment to the department and our community.
And this
Thank you,
is...
council members. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And this is for you and the kids.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
If I may.
Ms. Devine.
As a former teacher in my other life, just seeing those kids so happy and learning, actually doing their work, it makes so much sense to do these programs, and you all are doing such a fantastic job. I just have one question. Is there a charge for the families for that, or is it the stars, or is it free?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Devine. Currently, the program starting January 7th, which was last Thursday, the program is completely free of charge for the entire day of care from 7 a.m. to as late as 6 p.m. When we started the program back in middle of August, we were charging a resident and non-resident rate for the after-school care portion, which was the 2 to 6 p.m. portion. And since January 7th, that's become completely free.
Fantastic. And are you full? Are you full? Maybe after tonight you will be.
Maybe after tonight we will be. No, unfortunately, we're not at full capacity as of yet. By the time we opened registration, the second surge really started coming on heavy, and a lot of parents were concerned for the safety of their children. Those who had the ability to make some adjustments and keep the kids at home have notified us that even though they had registered, they're going to keep their kids home for the time being until they wait out this the surge and things calm down a little. So we do have room at the current time.
Okay, that's understandable, but you're doing a great job. And with all the programs that you provide down there at Pacific, it's fantastic. Thank you.
What's the maximum capacity that you can accept the kids?
Mr. Mayor, we could accept a total of 156 participants in a given week at all 6 of our locations throughout the city.
Thank you. Okay, is there, thank you very much. All right, what's next, Mr. Golanian?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
one more. Lastly, I'm going to ask Peter Zovak, our Assistant Director of Community Development, to announce the opening of round 2 of our Emergency Residential Grant Program. Peter?
Mr. Zovak? Mr. Zovak?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can help here. We are opening up our round 2 these are the CARE Act funds that we had. We have already issued 191 grants. These are for families of low income. We will open on January 11th, yesterday at noon. We will go through January 22nd at noon. People can get all the information there on the website that's on the notice. And this is the second round. I just would like to note there are people in the first round that for one reason or another found themselves ineligible. Rules have changed a bit from the federal government. And so we invite them to apply again. Or I should say those that were selected in the lottery, but were not, their number didn't come up. They need to apply again. They can use the same account, so it'll all be populated as they did before, but they will need to submit an application, and we encourage them to do so. So we'll be open for applications through January 22nd. Go to the website there, all the information you need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Golanian, any more issues?
No more staff comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for indulging
staff
us.
comments are, okay. I would like not to go to, or if there is no comments, I want to go to the next item.
Mayor, we have community event announcements, 3-minute portion. I do have 5 people waiting.
Okay, let's go to the callers.
Jack Walworth, you're live. Jack, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name's Jack Walworth. My family and I have lived in Glen Oak Canyon for over 2.5 decades, working with the Shoal Canyon Coalition for Landfill Alternatives. We have become aware of the impending closure of the Shoal Canyon landfill in 5 to 7 years. We commend the city for this projected timeline, but wonder how are we going to achieve this? Where will our garbage go? Are there plans in place to study reducing our trash and hauling alternatives? Considering we have lived with this industrial project looming over us for many years, even before my arrival in Glendale, it has been a subject of concern for the very motivated citizens surrounding it. We are eager to hear of the steps to move beyond and establish an open space preserve to replace it. To help with the ever-growing waste management issue, there's support in our neighborhood to make a gallant effort at a zero-waste alternative. We would educate our neighbors and consolidate our waste to set an example for a garbage-reduced future. We understand that in today's culture of shipping items that have layers of marketing built into packaging and the age of convenience built around plastic and styrofoam, this goal is not an easy one. But we can make an effort to show the city, the state, and the country that we can lead the way to a new way of handling our trash in an effort to diminish our landfills and leave our world a better place for our children and generations to come. We hope to hear more from the staff and council members about the landfill closure as our city moves to a greener future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mary Morphopoulos. Mary, you're live.
Yes, hi. Good evening. I'm Kathy Morphopoulos, and I'm a member of Safe Glendale, the Seroptimus, and the Glendale Police Block Captain Program. So this is the first council meeting for 2021, and we're all hoping for a brighter and happier new year. I just wanted to add that I wanted to thank you for the hydrogen presentation. It was very interesting, and I especially loved the idea of doing local action to handle the environment. So thank you very much for today's meeting. So I wanted to update you and your listeners on our petition drive. So we just completed gathering more than 500 signatures on our petition to support Glendale's ban on dispensaries. So in spite of COVID-19 restrictions, we were successful in gathering these signatures. So what was the key reason that people gave for signing the petition? So over and over, the most important reason given was to protect their family, especially with the Armenian community. Nothing was worth endangering the future of their kids. So the council, I know you've received copies of all the petition and the signatures, and I hope you had time to look at them. We then put together a photo shoot to celebrate the completed petition. Glendale residents and stakeholders from every walk of life came out, and while we practiced safe distancing and using masks, these business owners, teachers, residents gave short interviews on why to support the ban, and we will be sending a few of these interviews to you over time. I hope you're as proud of our community as I am for standing up to protect the next generation. And we were encouraged that Glendale residents are taking seriously the recent health warnings that were issued by the U.S. Surgeon General and the California Department of Public Health regarding THC, which is the part of cannabis which creates the high and is addictive. The health warnings are specifically on THC, not CBD, which I'm sure you guys know, but not all of the listeners understand the difference between THC and CBD. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the council members after reading the documents that we prepared and sent, even if it's just a note that you did get it. We know you have a lot of city work to attend to. It's our intention to support you and to assist Glendale in every way we can. And thank you again for everything that you do.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hi, can anybody hear me?
Halsey Wixer. Halsey?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Actually, my name is Lauren Perot. Hi there. My fiance and I live in Glendale, and we wanted to express our support for Glendale's ban on cannabis dispensaries. Our home is near downtown Glendale, and we have many Armenian neighbors and friends who also support the ban. As you know, Glendale is a special city with a strong Armenian community. These families have been through a lot of suffering, and it is important to support them and to protect the next generation. I have had personal experience with the problems that today's pot and marijuana can bring to the family, especially to the teenagers and young adults. When I signed the petition, I could see that many of the signatures had Armenian last names. That made me proud that they were standing up for their families and Glendale. Why do I personally support this ban? I'll tell you why. It turns out that we were all misled about the potential health dangers of this genetically modified drug. According to the CDC, we won't know for years to come what this high THC drug, you know, THC is this part of that makes you high, right? The THC drug is going to do to the brain. We don't know what it's going to do to the brain, especially teenagers, young adults, etc. To make matters worse, cities aren't even receiving the taxes promised to offset the problems and the costs. So what is the point? Profit for a few and the city bears the cost? I am glad that the word is getting out about the value of Glendale's ban, especially in the Armenian community. I hope that you as our representatives, take the time to inspect the petition and the signatures and take comfort in the fact that your policy is supported by the community, especially in my neighborhood, and I want to thank you. There you go.
Thank you
I'm
very
done.
much. Thank you. Next caller.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Next caller, please.
Mike Mohill, you're live, Mike.
Good evening, council members. Mayor, my name is Mike Mohill. It was brought to my attention here recently that Councilman R. Najarian has become a community review person for the website Nextdoor Glendale. In this particular case, Glendale City Government Watch. I was advised that he complained that my article that I was published today, or the other day, Gadfly Transparency in Government, he was instrumental in having it taken down. I find it very interesting that here is a person who is on city council, and Nextdoor allows this person, now this is a private company, to monitor what people say in our community. You know, Mr. Najarian wants to have it both ways. He wants to game the system. He wants to shut down opinion. He's no different than a Marxist that everybody talks about. I'd like to hear what he has to say. I'll hang up, or you can talk to me now.
Thank you, Mr. Mohill. Next caller, please.
Mayor, the other caller dropped off the line. That was the last caller.
Okay. All right. So now we go to what we have. Next item.
Next item is action items, management services regarding polystyrene and single-use plastic ban. One, motion providing direction to staff to prepare an ordinance prohibiting the use of polystyrene and single-use plastic products in all city facilities, city-managed concessions, city-sponsored events, and city-permitted events that serve, prepare food.
Interim City Manager Rubik Golani.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Mayor City Council, this item is being presented to you tonight in response to a request from council, and I'm going to turn it over to David Jones, our sustainability officer, for the presentation and response to your questions.
Mr. Jones.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. As Mr. Giuliani said, I'm reporting back to City Council on the action item to prepare an ordinance prohibiting the use of polystyrene and single-use plastics in all city facilities. As City Council is aware, the City of Glendale has over the years undertaken numerous initiatives to become a more sustainable city. Specifically in regard to reducing waste, the City of Glendale has a long history of action, such as adopting a zero waste and the Greener Glendale plan in 2011. In 2013, adopting an ordinance banning the issuance of plastic carryout bags, and more recently, adopting an ordinance prohibiting the sale of mylar balloons. As a continuation of these efforts, in June 2020, City Council asked staff to research the feasibility of a polystyrene and single-use plastic bans within city facilities and citywide. There are numerous reasons to prepare an ordinance prohibiting the use of polystyrene and single-use plastics. Single-use plastics are a major litter source in our waterways, in our parks, and in our beaches. And in fact, polystyrene straws, stirrers, and takeout containers and lids are some of the most common items found on our beaches. Unfortunately, there's an increasing use of disposable single-use plastics. Americans are consuming water bottles from disposable plastic at a rate of more than 70 million bottles each day. And unfortunately, the EPA estimates that the recycling rate of PET bottles is languishing at around 28%. Maybe that's because there's confusion around single-use plastics recycling, what we can and cannot recycle. In addition, China has banned the importation of certain types of solid waste, as well as set strict contamination limits on recyclable materials. This means that China will not accept shipments that are a mix of trash, have the wrong type of recyclable, or low quality recyclables. And this has greatly impacted the recycling market nationally and here in Southern California. There's also an issue of bioplastics. Bioplastics are made of plant-based polymers and look very similar to petroleum-based plastics. However, because they're not recyclable like petroleum-based plastics, bioplastics are viewed as contaminants by recycling processes. Therefore, staff recommend that as an alternative, marine degradable food servicewares become the preferred alternative option to single-use plastics. Some examples of marine degradable materials include, but not limited to, paper, fiber, seaweed, and wood. As consumer demand grows for alternatives to single-use plastics, new products are always coming to market. Some examples shown here include wood utensils, edible coffee stirrers, and bamboo straws. The city is not alone in this effort. Currently, over 100 municipalities within the state of California have either restricted or prohibited the use of polystyrene and single-use plastics within their communities, including the cities of Pasadena, Santa Monica, and Long Beach. So how would this potential ban on single-use plastics work? It would apply to all city facilities and be focused on internal operations, such as purchasing and having meetings where we not want single-use plastics to be used. It would apply to city concessions at baseball fields where prepared food may be sold. We would not want it to be sold in single-use plastics. And it would also pertain to city-sponsored and permitted events, and would apply to vendors and organizations holding events on city property. Staff recommend that City Council consider an adoption of an ordinance which require that all disposable food serviceware utilized within city facilities, including city-managed concessions, city-sponsored events, and city-permitted events that serve food, must be marine degradable. Disposable food serviceware made from bioplastics also be prohibited. At this time, it is recommended that beverage cups and lids be excluded from the definition of disposable food serviceware because suitable marine degradable alternatives do not exist. However, beverage cups and lids may not be made of polystyrene. So what is the potential fiscal impact of this? Due to this assumption that there'll be minimal cost adjustment based on the volume of product purchase. Furthermore, straws and utensils will only be provided upon request. As you can see by this slide, on some products, such as clamshells, there's very little cost difference between natural fiber products and styrofoam products. And the same with utensils like birch wood versus polystyrene, there's very little cost difference. But in certain other products like straws, there is significant cost difference. And that's why we would request that straws only be provided on request. So this staff report focuses primarily on the prohibition of polystyrene single-use plastics in all city facilities, city-managed concessions, city-sponsored events, and permitted events that serve food. However, staff recommend returning to City Council with an additional report on the prohibition of single-use plastics within Glendale's city limits. Once the COVID-19 pandemic is under control, and food and beverage providers are able to return all customary service operations. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Is there any question from Mr. Jones? Ms. Devine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have any questions. I want to say, though, that I brought this forward about over a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, and I'm sorry it took so long to get to council that a lot of other cities beat us to it, but that's okay. We're finally getting to it. But I think all we have to do is read the background analysis that staff has provided, that this regulation will reduce single-use waste, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, reduce the distribution of disposable single-use plastic, reduce polystyrene use and litter in the city, keep plastic waste, most importantly, especially for some of our callers, keep plastic waste from landfills and reduce litter threats to the natural ecosystem and ocean wildlife. To me, this is a very easy decision. I think we must do this. I think because there's a lack of recyclability with polystyrene and other plastic products, we have an issue. That's a huge issue. All of this goes to the landfill, and the plastics take several hundred years to decompose. That's important, and that's serious. So I would like to, I hope with my colleagues' approval, I would like to move this item, but I suggest that we staff provide alternative options for an effective date because of COVID. I think the ordinance should definitely contain the upon request for marine degradable disposable straws. I think we need to begin the outreach now. I think we need to hear from those affected food and beverage providers. I also want to thank staff for all the work that they did on this. I thought that Hermosa Beach report was excellent, and maybe we can use that as a template. But I believe that this should be citywide, not just city facilities. We can start now on our facilities, and so I support this to be a citywide ban eventually, and I think we have to begin now. So I am in support of alternative 2 of this proposal, and I hope that my colleagues will see fit to agree. Thank you.
Mayor, I do have a caller on the line.
Okay, let's go to the caller.
Okay.
Elise Kalfayan, Elise?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, you're live.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Agajanian, City Council members, and City staff. My name's Elise Kalfayan, and I'm calling on behalf of the Glendale Environmental Coalition. We strongly support a proposed ordinance prohibiting polystyrene and single-use plastic products in city facilities and at city-permitted events. This ordinance will demonstrate the city's leadership in addressing the plastic waste crisis and all its evils, and will build support for further action. We support Alternative 2 and further urge you to pass a citywide ban when the pandemic emergency has resolved. We definitely agree with the staff recommendation for a robust outreach program when a citywide ban is proposed. So thank you, City Council and City staff, for bringing this forward. And also, we congratulate City Council for moving forward quickly on putting together the Sustainability Commission. Councilmember Devine and Councilmember Brotman have nominated very well qualified candidates. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, that was the only caller.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Rotman.
Yeah, I have a few things here. So, first, just a question procedurally. This report. Let me step back. So, I requested this item a couple months ago, I think, and although I believe we do need to do something citywide, of course. At the time, my thinking was that because of COVID, it would be difficult to do it right away. And so what we should do, and I think what this report is really about, is first put in place a set of policies to eliminate single-use plastics and polystyrene within city facilities and for, city permitted events and city concessions and things like that. So I think that's what we're talking about today. And as I thought about it, I realized that there is some value in taking this approach where we make the first step. We can, walk the walk and show the community that it's doable. We can get some experience ourselves with the products that are marine biodegradable. And then we can the next stage, take this out to the community at large. So I think that it's really a two-step process. And I strongly support going ahead, with doing it ourselves. And then what I would say is I would also ask staff to have some discussions with Glendale College and with GUSD, the other two agencies here in the city, letting them know what we're doing. And I'm not exactly sure what they're doing, to be honest, but ideally they would follow our lead. And all three agencies would be kind of in lockstep, eliminating single-use plastics and polystyrene in our own operations. The other thing is I would say is if we do this tonight, and I understand, you would have to go back, staff would go back and prepare the actual ordinance. But once we do introduce and adopt the ordinance, we should definitely promote this heavily on social media and make it clear that this is step one. And that step two will be coming as soon as, it makes sense to roll this out to the community at large. And, we do have to be careful because of COVID. So, as we promote it, we make sure that the community understands that this is coming. Maybe some of our larger businesses that have, lots of employees, have cafeteria services, maybe they can start getting the ball rolling themselves. I think that would be very positive. So that's what I wanted to say about that. I also wanted to mention that we received comments from the Glendale Environmental Coalition, which made some important points, and I do want to run through a few of them. So one of the points is that having these, using these marine degradable foodware products is only good if we have the ability to compost them. If we don't have the ability to compost them, they will just go into the landfill like everything else. We need to work on a contract with a composting facility that can accept and process these products. So that is something that I know that Integrated Waste knows about this, and I just want to make sure that that's done, because we don't want to, change over and then we find that everything we're using is just going to the landfill because we don't have the capacity to compost it. That's number one. Number two is, marine degradable is better than single-use plastics and polystyrene, but the best thing we can do is work on reuse. Glendale should, and I'm going to quote something from the GEC letter, commit to a future vision requiring reusable food serviceware throughout its facilities as a signal to all vendors and event organizers. And I'll mention, and this is from Jennifer Pinkerton, who's going to be on our Sustainability Commission, that LA has an exclusive contract with a party service company for events that are held at their city hall that supplies reusable foodware. So I think Glendale could do something similar if we look at entering into a contract with this type of a company. We could do that for our own facilities. A couple other things. I'll try not to go on forever, but I think their points are important, and I want staff to be aware of these and respond to these. Another one is that we should publish a list of acceptable approved products, products that do not have PFAS, which are these I don't even know how to say it, perfluorinated compounds, that we should have a preferred purchasing list, and that can be for the community as a whole. So we put out this list of products so that people are aware of what's out there. We should clarify our position on utensils and beverage lids, because those in the report that staff presented are problematic when it comes to marine biodegradable products. They don't exist in many cases. So for eating utensils, the city should ensure that they are provided on request only, Let's see, what do I have here? For beverage lids, and those should be discouraged as much as possible because they're not recyclable or compostable. And then we should block the purchase of single-use plastics and polystyrene through our office supply catalog companies, which the city has purchasing contracts with, so that it is not possible to order through those catalogs any of these non-allowed products. And that staff should be encouraged also to bring purchased food in compostable or reusable, ideally, reusable containers when they bring food into the city for their lunches. So a number of things that I would like staff to look at. I think they're all good suggestions so that we can not only have a good, strong ordinance, but we also start messaging some of these other things and we start looking forward to move to a more reusable model. One final thing is I should mention, I talked to Gary Giroux, who's the head of sustainability for the County of LA. And the Board of Supervisors is working on an ordinance for food delivery apps that would make plastic utensils and accessories on request only. I already mentioned to Mr. Garcia that he should talk to the county attorney's office to get the language so that when that comes out, we can follow that as well. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm finished.
Thank you.
Mayor-
Okay, Mr. Kasaki, I'm sorry.
I'll be very brief.
Okay, Mr. Kasaki.
I'll just say that I'm glad we're doing this. It's the right thing to do, and the reason why I like that we're making this move hopefully today after we vote on it is because I believe that we should not ask our residents to do something that we ourselves are not willing to do ourselves. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have caller, but 1 second, we have a caller. Please, let's go to the caller and we'll come back to Mr. Najari.
Yes, Mayor, I do have a caller.
Yes, go ahead.
Cheryl Auger, you're live. Cheryl?
Hi, my name is Cheryl Auger, and I am the president of the Ban Single-Use Plastics Group. And I want to commend the council for understanding the gravity of this situation, of the plastics crisis, and taking steps to move forward and make changes that will help our planet and hopefully human health as well. These plastics, I think everyone knows that plastics 3, 4, 6, and 7 are not recyclable, but we still allow manufacturers to produce these products and to sell and distribute these products. And yet less than 8% of plastics overall are actually recyclable. And now we're even finding that microplastics are in babies' placentas. And once they're born, they ingest over 1 million microplastics a day. I've heard some really great ideas today. Certainly, you can take heart that other cities are doing are implementing lots of bans. And even today, LA City plastic motion was introduced for only upon request for restaurants. And so that was the same thing that Council Member Brotman was just discussing. And in addition, UCLA last year implemented a ban on all single-use plastics on their campus. So there's a model that will be presentable for the universities in Glendale. Lastly, I would like, well, actually not lastly, but close to lastly, I would like to say that there is also a policy that was created by LA Reusable. If the city needs a policy that they can kind of work with to ban these plastics. And then close to lastly, the impact of plastics on the climate is truly unimaginable. Right now, there are 850 million metric tons of greenhouse gases, and that's equivalent to 189,500 megawatt coal power plants. And that specifically is 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions. And so really lastly, it takes 22 gallons of water to make a pound of plastic, which is equivalent to 1 bottle of water. So it's perverse that plastic is sucking up our resources and yet killing our people and our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, that was the last caller.
Thank you. Okay, now Mr.
Najarian.
Yes,
Thank
Najarian.
you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is my video working? Okay.
Yes, yes.
So I have a couple questions. This for staff. This does not apply to aluminum foil or metal products, which are otherwise disposed?
No.
Okay. So in our consent calendar, there was an item referring to our senior meals, and we serve 13,000 senior meals a month now. What happens if there aren't those marine biodegradable containers for those senior meals? Do the seniors go hungry? Or are we going to provide a little leeway under emergency situations to substitute the banned materials in the event the city runs out of those biodegradables for the seniors? I don't want the seniors to go hungry. So let's not make this so absolute that it's completely prohibited. We should put some sort of escape clause in the event there's a shortage, in the event that the supply isn't available, that under certain circumstances, call it an emergency or call it a unforeseen shortage, that we can get the seniors the meals. That's almost life and death. Let's not make this ordinance so black and white that we don't have some room to accommodate unforeseen shortages.
Thank you.
Anybody think of that?
No, and I think the idea too is to, where necessary, to have a phased-in approach to avoid that type of issue happening to us.
A phased-in approach. So, I mean, the shipment didn't come in. We've got 1,000 meals to give, and we've only got 500 of the biodegradable. We've got a whole bunch of these old single-use. Who makes that executive decision to break the law to serve with the plastic plates and trays and containers? What I'm saying is that in the ordinance, we should put some sort of escape clause under extreme unforeseen situations that these can be used. I don't like the black and white. Otherwise, we'll have to go and arrest our senior meal staff because they used a plastic container to deliver. Right? Does that sound reasonable? I mean, let's just be reasonable about this. I support the ban, I support the phase out, but in certain circumstances, we should be able to use the product for the better good of the seniors.
Matter of life and death.
Can I say something about that? Because I brought this up in the briefings yesterday, and Mr. Bulanikian talked about, or actually I think it was Maggie, talked about this. So right now, because of COVID, there are certain kind of emergency kind of protocols in effect. So we wouldn't be implementing this in the senior meals program now because we wouldn't be able to. Post-COVID, we get the product. We need to have the product under contract, and then our meals will be delivered using the product. I don't understand a scenario where somehow there's no inventory. I mean, sure, if that happens, you know, we have to deal with it. But I don't see that post-COVID, if we have the right supply, and we have make sure that our vendors are supplying those materials, then we should be fine.
Shortages occur sometimes, unforeseen.
I don't
In the
think
current situation, we could run out to Smart and Final and stock up on whatever, the plastic serving boxes. I'm not sure that the materials are that available. I don't know if they're sold at the corner store in case of, oh, Joe forgot to reorder. I mean, these things happen. These things happen.
Yeah,
Ms. Devine,
little
excuse me, Mrs. Devine, Ms. Devine.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, for Councilmember Najarian's point, we could put it in the ordinance that it's dealing with our Meals on Wheels or our seniors, so that, if it's a matter of life and death, we certainly want to get meals to the elderly. So I don't see a problem with that.
So in case of emergency, they can use it. Is this what we want to do? Mr. Najarian?
I just think that
in case of emergency?
We don't have the ordinance in front of us.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I may, Mr.
We have Santa Monica's. I haven't gone through that.
Okay.
I'm just
Mr.
saying there
Garcia
should be
said, okay, go ahead, Mr. Najarian.
I just think there should be some accommodation and a statement in the ordinance that in the event of let's call it an emergency, an unforeseen shortage or whatever, that the city may choose for the best interests of the seniors. I don't care about anyone else. The seniors, that a plastic and otherwise banned product could be used. That's all.
Mr. Garcia is coming to help us.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I was just going to suggest, if the council is going to direct us to prepare the ordinance, we could draft that exception language, and then once the council sees it, then they can have a discussion, more detailed discussion about how far that extension would go. It sounds like from what Councilman Najarian is saying, it would be relatively narrow as to seniors, and there would be some criteria by which it could be utilized. It wouldn't be open-ended, but there'd be some criteria that we could draft in there. So the concern would be that'd be an exemption that you could drive a train through, so to speak. We would draft in such a way that it would be limited per the council's direction.
So we leave this item for future?
Well, no.
We can still give direction.
Yeah, this is direction to direct the staff to prepare an ordinance. So in doing so, when we bring the ordinance back to you, we'll address it with more specific language.
So what I do now, motion?
Well, let me, if I could just.
Mr. Ross.
Many cities have done this, so let's look at their ordinances. I mean,
we will.
They will.
I haven't heard that this is an issue anywhere. So, of course, we're not going to shoot ourselves in the head over this. So, if something were to happen, we would deal with it.
Mr. Garcia, so may I have a motion now with the?
I'd like to move the item.
Well, there is right. So there's a motion attached to the packet that is to direct staff to prepare an ordinance in accordance with what's in the report and your direction. So I think the only thing we want to make sure is, are there additional points raised by the other council members? Do you want to include those into the ordinance when we bring it back?
Okay.
Well,
so do I have a motion with the suggestion?
I would like to make a motion to approve item 8A, but alternative number 2, with the language addressing seniors' emergency situations.
Mr. Garcia, is that acceptable?
Hold on, let me pull up alternative 2.
And that's the one that looks ahead broadly to deal with the whole city.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Devine, did you say emergencies and seniors, or?
Emergencies with involving seniors.
Well, I mean, I would just leave it there for emergencies. I mean, what if it's school children?
I would say with the emergencies too.
Okay.
Just leave it emergency situation.
Staff will develop the language, and then we can decide on it when it gets to us. So that would be my motion then.
So is there a second?
Dan seconded.
Yeah, I will second it, but I'm still a little bit unclear what we're doing. So we are moving forward.
Number 2.
Right, but we're moving forward with a ban within our own operations, right?
Within our own operations, and then moving on eventually to citywide ban.
Okay.
Yeah, just so we're clear, alternative 2 is bring back the ordinance on the city facilities, and then alternative 2 states and would direct staff to bring back a report to consider prohibiting food and beverage providers within the city's limits from distributing non-marine degradable food serviceware. So it'd be two pieces to it.
Okay.
All right. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Agajanian.
I thought this would be the easiest one to go over,
did
but
too.
anyway,
I did
yes.
too, Mayor.
Okay, yes. What's next?
Next item is 8B, Innovation Performance and Audit regarding mayor selection process. 1 motion directing staff, 2 motion to note and file report.
Okay. I just want to, okay, the report. First, the report. All right. Mr. Golani.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Elena Bolbolian, our Director of Innovation, Performance, and Audit, to introduce the item and introduce our staff member who's going to present.
Ms. Bulbuli. Is she here?
Good evening,
Hi.
Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
Go
Good
ahead.
evening, Mayor Agajanian and members of the City Council. We are excited to present this item to you tonight. As your city innovation team, we are often tasked with conducting special studies or projects. In tonight's case, that special study was helping the city attorney's office look at how other cities select their mayors. To share the details of our research that includes looking into over 130 cities, I'd like to pass it on to Greg Kaijo, Innovation Project Manager.
Yes. Please, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Agajanian and members of City Council. My name is Greg Kaijo. I'm the Innovation Project Manager for the Department of Innovation, Performance, and Audit. I'm joined tonight by Alina Asmarian, who's our innovation intern and helped us with this project. So tonight I'll be presenting our findings from our research on mayor selection processes across the United States. So let me get my PowerPoint. All right, are you able to see the slides?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so before we started our research, we wanted to examine current parameters for the selection of mayors in Glendale. We looked at the following 4 sources: the Glendale Charter, which defines the position and states that council shall choose one of their own to preside as mayor; the Glendale Municipal Code, which states that preference is to be given to members of council who've had the benefit of experience as council members; a 2008 report to council that concluded that council is free to utilize any procedure as long as council is cognizant of the strong suggestion from the municipal code that a council member with experience is to be given preference. And finally, an unwritten practice, we found that council members cannot be mayor if they're up for election the following year. So with those parameters in mind, we went and surveyed 134 cities across 7 states. Criteria for these cities included those with comparable population sizes to Glendale and cities with council-appointed mayors. So we excluded cities that elect their mayors at large from these results. Of the cities surveyed, 53% used codified policies and procedures. These cities had detailed instructions for how selection methods should be carried out. The other 47% had more vague definitions for how selection should take place. And just for context, Glendale would be categorized under the informal categorization here due to the open-ended nature of the parameters set in our charter and our municipal code. So our research found that there were 4 primary selection methods utilized by cities: council consensus, seniority of council members, highest collective votes received during respective elections, and equal lengths of service. Tonight, I'll break down each of these in more detail. But first, I'd like to specify that our research tonight highlights primary selection methods found. Many cities used a hybrid of 2 or more selection methods, often reserving a secondary method to break ties or to provide additional options. So for example, a city might use seniority as their primary method for selecting a mayor and reserve highest collective votes to break a tie. I'll show an example of this later on. So of the cities surveyed, council consensus was the most popular method, with 115 cities found. In this methodology, mayors are determined by nominations and votes cast by council members. Some notable cities implementing this method include Burbank and Santa Clarita, California. And this method is what Glendale employs today. The second most popular method observed was seniority of existing council members, which was found amongst 10 cities. Under this methodology, preference is given to council members with the longest length of uninterrupted service since last serving as mayor. Notable cities include Beverly Hills and Huntington Beach, California. And I'd like to show you a short example of how this works. So in this metaphor, being mayor is like riding on a zip line, and mayor succession is kind of like waiting in line to ride the zip line next. So in this example, person A is currently the mayor, person B is next in line for succession, followed by person C. So under seniority, person B would have waited the longest since last going on the zip line or last being mayor, meaning that they have the first position in line. So after person A's turn is over, they join the back of the line and their seniority resets. So we have an illustration showing that. And person B, who has waited the longest, then steps up and takes their turn on the zip line. Person C has now waited the longest out of everyone who's currently in line, so person C will go have their turn next. If two or more people join the line at the same time, for example, if two council members are elected during the same election cycle and would therefore have the same seniority, tiebreakers were observed to determine the order that they join the line in. In this example, person D and person E joined the line at the same time. Person D received 300 votes during their election. Person E received 100 votes. So this would allow person D to join the line in front of person E. Again, that's an example of a hybrid methodology with collective votes being the secondary tiebreaker. So highest collective votes received was the third most popular method observed in our research, with 7 cities utilizing this process. Here, a rank order for succession is created based on the votes received during each candidate's respective election. Notable cities include Agora Hills and Auburn, California. So going back to our zipline example, the order is now determined by votes received. In this example, only the most recent election is being considered, and that allows us to compare raw votes with each other during the election. So person A received the most votes at 700 and is thus the mayor first. Person B would be next with 600 votes, followed by person C with 200 votes. You can also compare across elections, but you have to compare percents of votes received from each respective election instead of using raw votes, and that way you can compare across elections. So here we see an example of a cross-election comparison. Using this method also allows for a mechanism where the line can dynamically be reordered after every election. So this permits new candidates to council who are newly elected to potentially cut in line in front of existing council members. In this example, person E was recently elected and received 45% of their respective vote during their election. And this is more than person C, who's already seated on council and received 40% of their vote during their election 2 years ago. So in this example, person E can cut in front of person C as the line is dynamically reordered. So the least popular method observed was equal lengths of service, with 2 cities found, Alhambra and Manhattan Beach, California. In this methodology, council members split their terms equally so that each member serves exactly once during their 4-year term. In conclusion, here's a summary of our results one last time. Council has the option to select a new method for mayor selection or to keep the current selection method. I'm available for any questions you have. Thank you.
Is there any question? Before commenting, I want to see if anybody has question from Mr. Kaizo. If I said it right, I hope. If otherwise, I have a comment I want to make.
Mayor, I also have a caller on the line.
Oh, let's go to the caller first.
Mike Mohill, you're live. Mike?
Good evening, Mayor Najarian. Excuse me, Mayor Agajanian and council members. My name is Mike Mohill. You know, for many years now, I have been going to council meetings, and I see how the fact that the mayor, as you know, is ceremonial with no really authority. I think it's time Glendale is one of the largest cities in the county. First, LA is number one. Then there's Long Beach, Santa Clarita, and then there's Glendale. City of Pasadena has a smaller population than Glendale does, and they have like 6 council districts. Isn't it time we talk about council districts elected by individually and have a mayor elected at large? And also we should have a city attorney at the same time elected by the people. Now, I know during the council forum here recently, candidates talk about council districts and an elected mayor. That would be the best time. I think Glendale is a big city. We have over 200,000 people with a very diverse population. The interests of the people in South Glendale are certainly different than the people who live in North Glendale, East Glendale, or West Glendale. And they have their own needs. So therefore, having a mayor who would represent the total city would be great. The ceremonial positioning, taking turns, it's nice, but what does it do? It makes, unfortunately, makes it a joke. And you know that, council members. It's my turn this time. Oh, no, it's my turn. Oh, I got passed over. I got passed over 3 times. Now it's my turn. Let's solve that issue, and let's have either you, the council people themselves, all 5 of you, decide to have council districts, 5, 7, whatever you want to pick, and a mayor elected by everybody in the city. Let's move from ceremonial to make the mayor have more meat. He can be the person who will represent the city at all functions. We can either have him, he can either run for by the people can decide either 2 years, 4 years, whatever the public wants. And I think that would be a great thing going forward. Council can make that decision, or you can ask the public what they think. But the status quo is not working. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other caller?
Mayor, there is, I'm getting her name right now.
Okay.
It looks like she's calling for 8C, Mayor, not for 8A.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Mayor?
So we have no
No
Mr.
conflict.
Kasak.
If it's appropriate time to comment on this, I'd like to make a few comments.
Yes.
And thank you. Well, I asked for this to be brought forward because one of the things that wasn't mentioned in the report, but I'm interested to know what our city attorney has to say about it, is having a process that is formalized and is set in terms of a mayor's rotation minimizes a tremendous amount of risk in terms of potentials for serial meetings and violations of the Brown Act. So we've seen, in the past, this issue be visited by council, as was noted in the staff report. I believe 2008 was the last time. It didn't go anywhere at that time. But I think in an effort to be fair to everyone and for everyone to have a turn to chair the meetings, and it is true these are ceremonial, I felt that it is appropriate to have this. And one of the things that partially was a motivating factor for this was, an individual who we lost recently in our community. It's no secret, and no one needs to, it's anyone who visits City Hall and sees our wall of mayors can see how many mayors we've had and how few of them were women. And we would have had one more woman mayor had Mary Ann Plumley been put into the rotation to be mayor. Yet late Mary Ann Plumley, a fellow Kiwanian we lost not too long ago, never had that opportunity for whatever reason it was. But it certainly doesn't. I wasn't there at the time, but I can't imagine a reason that would warrant her to be skipped over. So I think that we do need to have some process. I do also agree that I would like to see us move towards a discussion about having districts, even expanding the council. I do think that we need to look towards the future and find ways to have representation beyond what the city had for its first century of existence and look to the second century. If that means having more council seats, having more districts, or having an elected mayor, like some other cities do, then those are discussions I certainly welcome. And I did welcome any of my colleagues seconding a desire to have that, because I do think that there's certain advantages of having an expanded council, having districts, and some cities have a mayor that runs every 2 years that represents the whole city. I know that certainly Councilmember Najarian has advocated in the past for an elected mayorship, and perhaps now is the best time for us to look into this. But I do think that in the interim, having a process where we have a rotation where everyone gets to be mayor, that we take some of the politics out of the process would, I think, serve us all well, serve the community well, serve us as colleagues well. And with that, I think that, ultimately, I'd like to hear from my colleagues as to which system they would prefer if they prefer a change. But I would encourage us all to think towards the future and work on having a process that would allow everyone to have a chance to be the chair.
Okay, before I go to anybody else, I want to say something. Since this issue brought by Mr. Ksakian, I let him speak first.
Can't hear you, Mayor.
Oh.
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Just put the microphone closer to
A
you.
little better.
You're better now.
Better now.
Better now. All right. Not perfect. Better.
It's on. You got to speak closer to
You
it.
got to speak closer to it.
Now we can't hear you
They-
at all. We can't hear him at all.
Can you check our arm?
Very dim.
Tell them to stop talking.
Now it's on.
Okay, now you can hear me?
There you go.
All right. Okay. What I was going to say, at least in the system which we have now, I see the problem that people, they get together and then they give the vote to somebody. I thought the easiest way at this time is we have 4 years. I mean, this year was an exception that it's over 5 years actually. We will serve over 5 years. But generally, all these years which I have been here, and I read from 19, whenever, over 100 years, there were 4 years, 5 members to become the mayor. So I thought the easiest way will be to divide between these 4 years, divided by 5, which there are equal length of service, and this way nobody has to gang up with another one. I'm sorry to say this. So nobody will lose a turn like Marianne, which was my, in Kiwanis Club, was member of us, that as has been mentioned, she never got the chance, I guess, to be the mayor. So I think the easiest way, without talking to this person to support you and against the other one, will be 4 years and 5 council members. Each will be 9 months and whatever days it's going to be. Of course, now we are mayors for 11 months because the January is such, the end of December and January, like me, I was the mayor, but I didn't do anything anyway. There was no session, no meeting. So actually, instead of 11 months, each person will serve 9 months and like 20 days. So this way will be divided equally, equal length of service, and nobody will have advantage over the other one and come up with this gimmicks of talking to each other and try to do something different. So that's my suggestion, which that's why the 2 cities, they went through this before, and they saw that this way nobody will be hurt and nobody will be upset. So that's my suggestion anyway. Now, who wants to go next?
I will.
Ms. Devine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Elena and Greg. Great work, great work. What a great study. And thanks to Artie for bringing this forward. I'm going to speak from the heart right now. Having been on council for 7 years and having been through the selection of many mayors, including myself, I welcome this discussion. I say that many of the elections have been contentious and have resulted in hard feelings, in tension, and in animosity. At this point, I see a need, based on my experience, for predictability and objectivity in our criteria for our consensus process. I feel that at the time of appointment, the next mayor should know who they are, and the council should know who they are, and there should be no surprises and no guesses. So therefore, a process has to be in place in which the consensus of the council is based on objective criteria. I would support, for the selection of mayor, alternative number 2 in the staff report with the following combination of selection procedures. First, the primary procedure would be seniority of uninterrupted service. Secondary procedure, in the event of a tie or whatever, would be the highest collective votes. And then a tertiary for confirmation and ratification would be council consensus, of course. I would support maintaining the requirement that a council member cannot be selected mayor if they are up for election during their mayoral term to any other elected office, be it local or state or federal. And I think that we should codify the formalized selection process so it is the one that we use and that we go by. And asking staff to provide council with suggestions and or options for creating an ascension process that includes, the chair of housing authority ascending as mayor. That's kind of been the way we've worked it. And I say that this would add a level of predictability to the process. And so those would be my suggestions. And respect to aligning the mayor's selection date with council swearing in, I would support alternative 2, leave the current process in place. Those are my feelings. I've been through this. I know what's gone on, and I think we need to make this predictable. I think we need to make it objective. So when it comes that night for the mayor's selection, everyone knows who it's going to be. Thank you.
Okay. Predictable and Housing Authority Chairman, I was it for twice, but I didn't get it. So how come that time it didn't come up? That's why I say the best thing will be, because to rely on what's going on, to be predictable. So all 5 of them, of course, one issue which has been raised here, that if the person is for re-election, I mean, he couldn't be the mayor. That I agree. But if you divide by 5, it will be easier to do. Now I want to go to Mr. Kasakian first, and then
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say that it doesn't have to be an either or. I think both Council Member Devines and your desire could work together. In terms of aligning it with the election cycle, that would eventually prevent one person within a cycle, especially if we put a blackout on a person being able to be mayor before they run, or in the year that they're running for election, to miss out potentially. But if we were to shorten the term of mayor to 9 months and 20 days, like some other cities have, to give everyone an opportunity, I think it would work. It can work. We can have the process of having the sequence. I do like very much Councilmember Devine's suggestion of making the housing authority the sort of development league to ascend to eventually to the mayorship as well. So I think that there's a lot that we could do. So it should not be in either the mayor's suggestion or Councilmember Devine's suggestion. Both of them could work together.
Yes,
and work
I
very
agree
well.
with that. Both, if we are dividing between the 5, yes, mayor, the housing authority chair, then it can be, because then everybody will get the chance. Now, Ms. Devine, you want to add something? Oh, Mr. Brotman, 1 second. Ms. Devine, want to add something? Or you are
No, I'm
okay?
good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Brotman.
Yeah, so I agree that taking the horse trading out of it is good. So I support, having this predictable process. That's number one. Most of the things that Councilmember Devine listed, I agree with. I like the idea of the seniority methodology, and tiebreaker with total number of votes is fine. And I also like this idea that before the person is mayor, they're chair of the housing authority, and the vice chair of the housing authority, or is that what it's called, vice chair or alternate chair?
Yes.
Is kind of the one behind, and ascends to be chair of the housing authority the next year and then mayor the following year. The only issue I have with changing the dates and making it not just a simple 12-month thing is, remember, our election dates change. Sometimes we have them in March, sometimes we have them in June. Our next one is in June, right? But I think depending on when California sets its primary, you're going to have different lengths of time. And I think it's going to get very messy to try to come up with a system where you're dividing by 5, and you're going to get situations, I think, unless somebody can show me the math and how it's going to work, but I think you're going to get into situations where some people have longer terms and some people have shorter terms. I wouldn't go down that path. I would just say we make it 12 months and that's it. And it's not going to necessarily align with the elections because we changed the date of our elections.
No, but the point is, if it's March, those who were elected March, they are there for 4 years from, let's say, this March, 2020, until 2024. The other group are from June for, let's say, next year. The election will be next year, 2020, starts from June to June 2026, I'm sorry. 2026, I be 4 years, Ms. Devine will be 4 years too. That the different date will not affect me. They came in March, they go out March. New people will come in March. I go in June, I will leave June. So it has nothing to do with each other. And especially the mayor we elect in April. So if it be 9.5 months.
I'm not sure that those dates are fixed. California is going to set its primary at different dates.
No.
I don't know that
They say the presidential.
It's going to be June and sometimes it's going to be March.
No, years back when they decided presidential election and we're going to have, election in March, the reason was that we want to have a saying in electing the president. That's why on presidential election year, the election is in March. And
I don't know if it's fixed. I don't know. Do you?
This is past few years. The past few years it happened. That was the reason.
When it comes to the primary election and the state's decision as to when to hold it, we've seen a variety of options, including 1 year, and I can't recall the year off the top of my head. It was a presidential year when the presidential primary was moved ahead, but the state primary remained in June. I don't know if you recall which one that was, but essentially it was done. California has always had the issue and the stigma of being a state with the largest amount of delegates, yet its primary was way after when the nominees for president had been decided.
Elected.
So
it was decided.
Ultimately, I think our the way we structured our elections was for it to be tied to the state primary. Now, whether the state primary moves along with the presidential primary, who knows what the legislature will decide. But I'll tell you for myself, whether if I'm mayor and I'm mayor 3 months less because I happen to draw the short straw, it's not going to affect me or I'm not going to be worried about going to less events or cutting less ribbons or whatever the case may be, or presiding over less meetings. I think ultimately the cooperation and cohesiveness of our body working together trumps everything else. I probably shouldn't have used the word trump. Supersedes everything else.
This way you give a chance to everybody without any consideration. You give the chance to every single person who has been elected. That's more important than getting together and do something together and try to kick somebody out because we don't like it. I mean, I don't want to say it,
Can't hear
but
you,
Mr.
Mayor.
David, no, what was the name? David, Dave.
Weaver.
Weaver?
Dave Weaver.
Weaver. Dave Weaver. In recent years, they wouldn't get it because they wouldn't like it. So this should be out of the system, in my opinion. Okay,
Wow.
Mr. Najarian.
Wow. Well, you know, you're I don't think, I don't want to talk about Councilmember Weaver, but it wasn't just because we didn't like him. I think we should solve this by going back to the way we used to do this. The winner of each election gets 2 years as mayor.
Oh, geez.
Wow, now you're adding another.
2 years as mayor, and you have a greater chance to develop your plans, programs, etc. So that's the first thing. I would like, and if that doesn't fly, but let me remind you, that's the way we used to do it in this city for decades. And go look up at the wall of mayors, and you'll see why was this guy mayor from 1950 to 1952. 1954 to 1956. That's the way it was done, and there is some validity to that because it shows that that person had the greatest amount of community support. I'm not sure that's going to get any traction today, but the second choice is I would like to see an elected mayor. The problem is that we're going to have to play around with our charter and decide if the mayor is going to have any greater powers, and if we're going to have a mayor and then 5 council people, are those 5 council people going to have districts? It's really a larger question that I'd like to discuss at some point, but
I'll take that as a second. I'll take that as a second to bring back a report, council member.
Well, I mean, that is something in the future.
Well, I'll second it if otherwise.
Which part, the elected mayor and the districts, or the number of council members?
I mean, I need to, because when I ran, I talked about it and I said I support having council districts and elected mayors. So yeah, I think if this is bringing that to a head, let's agendize that. Let's look at what we need to do.
Right now, we have this issue in front of us. Let's make it simple.
Sorry,
And later,
But
later
that's a
we will
discussion
do.
that I think I would look forward to having.
Yes.
And there's a lot of pros and cons in all of that. The way we've generally been doing it since my term began in 2005 is we would try and do the seniority route. We would like to give everyone a chance. Many times it worked out quite well because there would be someone coming off council and a new person coming on, and it would just fit that way. It's a shame that Councilwoman Plumley didn't, that it didn't work out for her in that method. But there are council members who were not selected mayor, not because we didn't like them, because there were certain issues that we felt were unresolved and would be inappropriate for a person being mayor with those issues. Some might argue there were some regardless selected mayor with ongoing issues. I get some letters about that still. I mean, do you want to give everyone a trophy? I guess if that's the way we want to be, then we should do this 9 months, 9.5 months, whatever that is, so everyone gets a chance to be at the mayor. I really don't have a problem with it. Having been there several times, it's just, you just basically run the meeting. You get a little bit more press. If there's an issue, a crisis, you're the one who's giving the statement or quoted in the newspaper or whatever. Once a mayor, always a mayor. That's what Larry Zarian used to say. So I'm, having been there and done that, and I understand several of my two of my colleagues haven't yet been mayor. It's fun to do, but it's not the end. Like Mr. Kasakian said, it's not the end all to be all. We've skipped over people for political purposes, and that was perhaps one of my biggest regrets on council. I won't say who, what, when, or how, but that was something that I felt was a mistake that I made. I'll either go with Ms. Devine's suggestion that I think Mr. Brotman was supporting the seniority, then go to the number of votes or whatever. Or, I mean, your idea isn't bad either, Mr. Mayor, but even 9 months is kind of short.
9 months.
I don't have super strong feelings.
Versus 11. 9.5 months versus 11 months, and everybody has the chance. So it's easier. There will be no animosity.
But during that 12th month, you're in the parade and you were Santa Claus and all that other stuff. That's prime time for the mayor.
I didn't have anything this year, so I can't tell me that.
Well, the next mayor probably won't have anything either. Well, I think the 9 months or the 8 months or however you divide it up, I think that's a little too complicated, and I think there are too many variances there. So I'd like to move this item with
before you do, council member,
yeah.
Can I just make a suggestion before you make your full motion?
Of course.
In terms of votes, it should be percentage versus total number.
That's fine.
Only because each election is different. Some off-year elections are going to have a lower turnout than others. We saw a record high turnout this year. We may not see that next cycle. So percentage versus total number.
So would someone who has run in the 3-seat election versus the 2-seat, would they ever be against each other? Because the 2-seat candidate gets a greater percentage of the vote than typically the 3-seaters.
So I think it wouldn't matter because you'd
I don't think it would line up like that. No, right. I don't think they would.
Although I think
it would be within the 3, it's usually those 3 who would be in line the longest, also with the 2 who had been in line the longest. They wouldn't be a 3-seater running against a 2-seater for the mayor's spot.
See, now there is another problem. As you can tell, now we have another problem. That's why I say make it equal, and you will not going to have any problem. Because this way, if you are comparing when the election is with the presidential election, more people will come forward rather than with the election of governor. There is no comparison when there is a presidential election, 60% of people, they come forward. When there is the other one, they may be 30% or 35% voters, they are coming forward. That's why you can't compare. How you want to compare how many votes I have versus the, let's say, election of Artie and Mr. Brotman and Ms. Devine. So that's why you can't compare. Ms. Devine.
In my suggestion, the highest collective votes is only in event of a tie. So that kind of negates that argument. And so I would go forward with my motion that the primary procedure be seniority, the second, in case of a tie, is collective votes, and the third is then finally the council consensus.
So then one person will be stayed out.
I think you're right, Mr.
One person will stay out. Like, what was the name of the lady? Plumley?
Well, but we don't know. Maybe she didn't want to be mayor. Do we know?
Generally, whoever comes here, they kill each other to become a mayor. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Mary Ann was maybe different. But that's my motion. Is there a second?
Can I make a friendly amendment to your motion?
Yes.
The friendly amendment would be let's add to let's add the point about the elected, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. That nobody is mayor the year that they're running, the year before they're running. Let's codify that in the motion. Could we add that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That was going to be part of my motion. And I was also going to say that in order to put a little more predictability into it, then we would say the ascension process of the housing director of housing is in line.
Right. Well, I'll second that.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Ksachia.
Can anyone who wrote the staff report or reviewed it answer the question about whether there's a difference between percentage or raw numbers? And how that would impact it?
I'll
Sure, I can
defer
answer
to
that for you.
Mr. Castro, yeah, but I have a thought on that too, but go ahead, Greg.
Okay, Councilmember Kasakian, if in this example, the highest collective votes would be a tiebreaker for seniority, it would only be brought up if there were people with equal seniority on council. In our experience, in our research, that usually only happens when council members are entering council at the same time. So during the same election year, they all have 0 years of experience since they were last mayor. That's when you would implement a tiebreaker. In this case, raw votes, if in one election would work. You usually switch to percentages if it's across elections. So you're trying to compare one election to another election.
So there would never be a cross election because they'd be tied in the first place, meaning they were both elected in that same election.
Yeah, and they would continue to be elected together as well.
So I think that solves itself.
No, Mr. Brotman was with you, elected with you guys, and now will be in election with us. So it's not that situation that all the time will be the same thing.
But,
this is the best example now.
But I think that if I may, Mr. Mayor, the example that Greg provided would then, if Mr. Brotman is reelected in June of next year, and he keeps that uninterrupted seniority, so then that's the first criteria, and you're only counting total vote count if he's in a tie with somebody, which he wouldn't be ever, because if he gets reelected in the next election, he's going to be in his own little category there, frankly. So he'll just go based on the because he's serving a 2-year term now, and if he's reelected, it'd be a 4-year term. So his place would always be in the same place in order.
But
so the
still think that can happen again. Somebody will be out, somebody will come in, then will be with one group, and then next time will be the other group.
Nope.
But it seems to work. It doesn't cause a problem. Like in my case, there's no problem. So I don't get to be mayor, in this term. If I run again, I get reelected. Then I get to. And
the first one.
That seems fine.
But I have a question
says you may get
about
it.
the
You
not
may not
being
get it
mayor
again because there is
if you're running.
4 years and 5 people. Why you say you will get it next time? Next time you may not get it either. Because we are 5 people and 4 years. That's why I was offering to make it such that nobody will be upset. Nobody has to gang up with anybody else.
Okay.
How next time? How you know that you will be mayor? Because 3 of us will be elected and we have 2 years only to the next election, which they will be elected. So you never know. One person will stay out. 4 years, 5 people. You can't fit in it. Unless
Get reelected and be mayor the next year.
Right, get reelected, exactly.
That's right.
That's why I was trying to make it easier for everybody. Anyway.
We have
My only question,
in a second.
Mr.
my only question
Nijari.
as a clarification is if someone is going to be mayor, will you say that, okay, I understand that you shouldn't be mayor when you're running for reelection to mayor. What if you're running for some other position?
No, you cannot be selected for mayor if you are up for election for another office, like for assembly or for the Senate or for,
Why? So the reason I think that we say you shouldn't be mayor when you're running for reelection to council is it gives you a little extra gravitas versus your council colleagues. But if I'm running for county supervisor against Mitch Englander from the Valley, what harm is it if I'm mayor in that, at that time. It's not unfair to the council members.
Yeah, I've thought about that, Councilmember Najarian, and I can understand that point of view. It wouldn't, yeah.
You agree to it? Or you understand?
Well, you know what, yeah, I would agree to that. Yeah.
I mean,
So if somebody's running for the
yeah,
assembly.
I mean, what the heck, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Glendale person does good.
So what's the problem with serving?
So do I have to change my motion then, Mr. Garcia?
No, it's direction, I think, that we're giving.
Correct, but we do need a motion to provide the direction. But what I heard so far from Councilmember Devine was the primary criteria would be seniority of uninterrupted service. Tiebreaker would be highest collective vote. In the event of a tie, then it would be consensus. And then there would be a prohibition from being elected mayor if you're running for re-election in the upcoming election. And then also direction to incorporate the housing authority chairmanship into the ranking.
Yeah, and to codify all of this.
Okay, hold on, 1 second.
And I seconded that.
I mean, but
Now we call for a vote.
no, 1 second. The plurality of vote, this was last time we had it, and I had more votes, and somebody else became mayor way before me.
Mayor, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No.
I don't know. What's wrong with this microphone? Now it's on. I see it. It's on. This is something wrong with this.
So
We can hear you. You just have to speak into it directly, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
You just have to speak really closely directly into it.
This is closest I can get, but before this I was putting way down there and everybody could hear me. Now it's closer than ever.
Let's replace the microphone and see if it's going to work, make a difference.
Give us 1 second.
This one. Okay. I was talking about that 3 years ago. Somebody who was the last vote getter became the mayor first. If that was the way it was that now we are suggesting, was the same thing at that time.
No.
That person had seniority on you.
Seniority. Thank you.
He had been on council not being mayor longer than you have.
Mr. Brotman, you're in trouble, I'm telling you.
Mr. Mayor, point
That's
of
what they did
order.
to me.
There is a motion and a second on the floor. Can we have a vote?
Okay. There is motion and second now. Somebody will regret it.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian.
Well, since you're all 33 votes on it, I'll just go ahead and vote for it.
Mayor Agajanian.
No. Next, please.
Next item is city attorney regarding findings regarding denial of design review case number 2004770 located at 1248 Corona Drive.
Sorry, but I can't hear. Can anybody hear him?
Can you hear me?
There's a static, like a rustling of newspapers or something. That's on
Yeah,
the
and then I can't hear his voice either.
All right, I'm going to bring this mic really, really close. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, city attorney regarding findings regarding denial of design review, case number 2004770, located at 1248 Corona Drive. One motion denying design review case number 2004770 and making findings in support thereof.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I believe this was a hearing from December 8th, and Mayor Agajanian and Councilmember Kasakian recused themselves from this decision due to a campaign contribution. So I would suggest that you recuse yourself from the remaining portion of this discussion.
Thank you, City Attorney. For those reasons just stated, I am going to recuse myself. I will see you after this item is completed.
Okay, and ISD folks will.
I mean, if I won't vote, will make any difference?
Well, we have a brief discussion.
Okay, I will recuse myself from this item number 9A, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
And I believe Councilmember Devine, you're the pro tem for this item.
Yes.
So if I may briefly, Mayor and Council, Member Pro Tem and council members, the council had a hearing on December 8th on this design review case at 1248 Corona, and the council, majority of the participating council members directed our office to prepare findings in support of reversing the DRB's decision and denying the project. This afternoon, we received correspondence from council for the applicant expressing some objections to the findings and the overall decision. I have not had a chance to thoroughly review it, but what I have reviewed has caused me to want to ask the council to delay this decision for 3 weeks so I can look through the analysis and provide a response and provide some advice to the city council. So with that, I'm requesting that the council consider continuing this item for 3 weeks. Actually, if we could go to 4 weeks, February 9th, without further public notice. I don't know if you have any callers.
I do. Mike, I have a caller.
Okay, so maybe you take the caller and then take up my request to continue it.
All righty. Who's on the line, please? Identify yourself.
Elisa Favela. Elisa?
Elisa? Yeah. You're on live.
Elisa Favela? Elisa, can you hear me? Elisa Favela? Elisa? Mayor Pro Tem, she is the applicant, and I don't know if she's having some technical difficulties. Elisa Favela? Elisa?
Well, I would just know if she's not available to participate.
Right.
If the council does continue it, she'll have that opportunity to weigh in when we bring it back.
Okay. Is there any objections to us continuing this item?
So,
and if not,
what if we don't continue it? What if the findings are made, Mr. Garcia, as presented?
Then the findings will be made. They'd be part of the record, and then at that point, they'd be subject to legal challenge if that's something the applicant wanted to pursue. And there was reference to it in emails we received from the applicant as well as from their counsel. And so I wanted to make sure to review those and see whether or not additional findings needed to be made, or if I needed to provide any sort of advice to council on the sufficiency of those findings.
Okay. All right.
Does the potential alternative involve something other than a determination of findings, like a referral to another board?
That might be one option, is to remand. It would be brought back for the council to consider whether to adopt the findings or to uphold the DRB or to remand it back to DRB.
I have no objection to a continuance.
I have, Ms. Brotman?
No objection.
Do we need to vote, Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, I would ask for a motion to continue these findings until February 9th.
Mayor Pro Tem,
right.
it looks
I
like
call for a motion.
she's back live again. Would you guys want me to take the call?
Okay. Put her on, please. Hello?
Elisa Favela? Elisa?
Elisa? Yes.
Can you hear us?
Elisa, you're on now with council.
Go ahead.
Go.
Am I on now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I'm Elisa Favela. I'm the applicant. And we had our lawyer, Love and Love, submitted a letter on our behalf, which I hope you guys had time to review it. And as set forth in the letter, we are requesting that the City Council does not adopt the proposed motion reversing the DRB approval and denying the project. Instead, we request that the Council deny the appeal and approve the project, adopting the findings in the December 8, 2020 staff report. As discussed in the Love and Love letter, the purpose of design review is to ensure that projects are built with high quality design, taking into account the surrounding context and enhancing the rural-built environment. The city design guidelines acknowledge that properties are not all the same and that the individual circumstances of the project site must be considered as part of the process. However, design reviewed is not used to obstruct development that is otherwise allowed by the general plan and zoning code. The proposed motion is not tailored to improve the design of a residential project on this site. By comparing the project site to downslope properties and lots that have features entirely different from this site, the proposed motion would set an impossible standard for the applicant to design a home that could receive the council's approval. This is not the purpose of this design review. We have worked diligently in good faith for 3 years to incorporate comments from staff and the DRB. We have designed a project that follows the intent of design guidelines, building into the hillside, using the house foundation to retain the hillside with no visible retaining wall, minimizing grading on the side with an average slope of 70%. The house is consistent with patterns of development in hillside areas in Adam Hills and throughout the city, and makes good use of the long, shallow lot. The house is on the upslope side of Corona Drive, which is developed in this area. But the monumental mass of the homes on Vista Superba Drive is highly visible from the street, and building into the hillside on the project site, in compliance with applicable zoning requirements, cannot reasonably be incompatible with surrounding development. As discussed in the letter from our attorney and as clearly shown in the record, adoption of the proposed motion would be an abuse of discretion, and we urge the city council to deny the appeal and approve the project.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I just have a few more
Councilmember,
comments.
I need a motion for a delay, a postponement.
I'll move to continue the item to, do we need a date certain for that?
Yes, I'm suggesting February 9th.
Oh,
Okay, I'll move to continue the item to February 9th.
Second.
all righty. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian, Najarian,
Yes.
that is it.
All right. Thank you very much. I guess we can call the mayor back in and Councilmember Kasakian. Unless you want me to go ahead with the public hearing.
The mayor will be right here and then.
I know, they'll be here. Yeah.
Can't see him? Oh, okay.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay, where are we now? So did you take care of item 9A?
No.
Mayor, we did 8C. Next is 9A. Is the
Oh,
hearing.
next, right. Okay. Okay, what's next item?
9 would be hearings, 9A, community development regarding appeal of design review board's approval of DRB case number PDR 1918581 for 1226 Vista Court, continued from 11/17/20. 1, motion to sustain the design review board's decision and improve the project. 2, motion reversing the design review board's decision, continuing the matter to December 1st, 2020, directing the city attorneys to prepare findings reversing the design review board's decision and denying the project. And 3 would be motion to remand the project to design review board for consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Gulanian, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'm going to turn it over to Phil Lanzafame, our Community Development Director, to introduce the item, and then Chris Bakdikian, our Senior Planner, for the presentation.
Mr.
Lanzafame.
Lanzafame. Where is
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, this is an item that is an appeal of a design review board approval. It has been before you, requested for continuance to this date. I believe both the applicant and the appellant are with us this evening. So I would ask Senior Planner Chris Padikian to give you an overview of the case and staff's response to the appeal, and then we'll be available for questions. Chris?
Mr. Yes, go ahead.
You're on mute, Chris.
Chris?
Chris, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Let me start by sharing my screen and starting the PowerPoint slides. Okay, this is an appeal of a recent design review board approval of a project to develop a single-family dwelling on a lot located at 1226 Vista Court. The project site is located on Vista Court, and it was created a few years ago by subdividing a larger lot into three lots. The court lot of approximately 6,143 square feet is the subject of the proposed development and the appeal. The proposal that was reviewed by the Design Review Board in June of 2020 was to develop a house, a two-story house, 1,976 square feet, with an attached two-car, 500 square foot garage. The Design Review Board approved the project 3-1 with a number of conditions that I'll go over in a moment. This is an aerial view of the project site. This is the project site, and there's a large oak tree near the street frontage of the site, which is proposed to be protected in place. A street view of the project site. This is the large oak tree. There's an existing palm tree here which will be removed to accommodate a driveway leading to a garage further in. These are the project. These are the plans that were reviewed by the Design Review Board in June. This is the site plan, the large oak tree in the front, the house at this location, a driveway leading to the garage. And the floor plan here, ground level plan, which is made up of, which consists of the garage, living spaces, and on the second floor, 3 bedrooms, roof plan, elevations, front elevation, back elevation, and the 2 sides, cross section, kit plan, perspective, material, color chips. Okay, and these are the conditions. Staff was recommending approval of the project with a number of conditions based on findings that the project would be consistent with the design guidelines with the conditions. The Design Review Board's approval included staff's conditions, recommended conditions, plus a few additional conditions also, which are repeated here. The first condition was to step the second floor above the garage back from the garage facade to break up the mass of the building in this area. So, seen from the front, the second story, the bedroom wall above the garage was in the same plane, and the design review board's condition was to step back the second floor to create additional articulation in the building. Lowering the parapets of the one-story projections at the north and south facades to preclude the use of these areas as balconies and provide some massing relief towards the neighbors. These are covered canopies. When you're viewing the building from the street, on the right side of the building and on the left side of the building, if I may go back to the elevation, I can illustrate those. When seen from the street, there's a canopy here, and there's a canopy on the left side of the building. And condition was meant to reduce the parapet height of these canopies so that in the future they may not be used as balconies for the second floor, and also to reduce the transition and the massing towards the neighboring properties. Condition 3 was to revise the drawings to correct inconsistencies between the plans and elevations, particularly with regard to window placement. There was one or two windows shown in plan view but not shown in elevation, and the condition was meant to address those inconsistencies. Condition 4 was to provide a door schedule for all exterior doors. Details of the front door wasn't provided, and this condition was to address that. Condition 5, revise the drawings to indicate the location of all gutters and downspouts. Gutters and downspouts were not shown, and this is something typically that we ask for in plan check, but the condition was put in there to request that. Condition 6, show the location of the mechanical equipment and trash area on the plans. This wasn't shown, and the condition was to provide that detail. Condition 7, to revise the color palette to provide softer, less saturated colors while maintaining the proposed blue and green color scheme. As seen here, the blue and the green that were proposed for the building were pretty dark, and the condition was to lighten them up. Condition 8, revising the landscape plan with a plant and ground cover palette more compatible with the oak tree. The landscape plan that was reviewed by the Urban Forestry Division was not compatible with the oak tree. There were two issues with this. Plant material not very friendly with the oak tree was specified, and also gravel at the base of the oak tree was specified. So the condition was recommended by the Forestry Division and adopted by the Design Review Board to require modifications to the landscape plan and making the landscape plan subject to approval of the Public Works Forestry Division so that the oak tree can be protected. Number 9, to obtain a permit from Public Works Forestry Division to prune the oak tree, and this is standard. Number 10, to specify a decorative finish for the driveway. The driveway was specified as concrete. A decorative finish was required, and hence the condition. Number 11, there are existing fences that are not permissible where they are located. Fences that are made up of non-decorative materials where they can be allowed to remain. And this condition is to remove the fences where they are not permitted and to make the fences where they are permitted decorative. And condition 12, this relates to the mitigation measures adopted for parcel map 1629. The parcel map provided the larger property to create this lot contained two mitigation measures. One was to submit for review a new arborist report to determine or to assess the impacts of the development on the oak tree. This report was reviewed by the Forestry Division and approved. So this is one of the mitigation measures. The second mitigation measures remaining from the subdivision of the property was to require a traffic control measures for any development on the property. So that's why these mitigation measures were incorporated as part of the project. The Design Review Board's approval was that staff would be reviewing revised plans for compliance with the conditions. After the Design Review Board's approval of the project, an appeal was filed. The appeal was scheduled initially for the November 17 meeting and the 2020 council meeting, and then continued till tonight. Revised plans were submitted by the project applicant in an attempt to address the Design Review Board's conditions. The plans that were attached to the staff report as exhibit number 11 were the revised plans that were made available to staff just before the report was completed and sent out. Since then, the project applicant has provided additional revised plans to further address the conditions and to refine how the conditions were addressed. And the next slide represents the more recently revised plans provided by the project applicant. And I'm going to display in a moment a slide that shows one critical area as to how the condition regarding recessing, I'm using a pointer here, regarding recessing the second-story bedroom over the garage has been addressed. Okay, what we are looking at now is a line of sight analysis sorry about that. Line of sight analysis. This is one of the issues that came up in the appeal, and the applicant has provided a line of sight analysis from the windows on the lower level and on the upper level. This is a revised landscape plan that the applicant has provided to address the mitigation measures regarding the oak tree. This revised landscape plan has been reviewed by the Forestry Division and found acceptable. Revised color chips, the blue and the green, have been toned down. And I need to exit this for a moment. Okay. Here's the graphic that I'd like to show you. The wall of the second bedroom immediately over in the same plane as the garage has been modified. This is the initial proposal that was conditioned by the Design Review Board. And this is the revised proposal, and it shows the bedroom wall stepped back relative to the garage. This can be seen more clearly in the side view. This is the original side view of the condition that was conditioned by the Design Review Board. And here's the proposed modification, which shows a staggering of the bedroom wall relative to the garage wall. And this is a 3-foot stagger.
Excuse me, Chris.
Yeah.
Council, are you able to see what he's referring to?
No.
Chris, we still see slide 18.
Oh, you still see slide 18?
Chris, you want me to help you out?
Yes, please. I had it on my screen, and I'm sharing my screen. I'm trying to see if there's any other way of sharing my screen. Well, I'm still sharing my screen.
Chris, I'm going to open it from my end, and then you just tell me which slide you want me to go to, okay?
20.
It's not in the slides. It's a PDF document.
Can you unshare it from your end?
Okay, I'm stopping the sharing.
Okay, I'll take care of it from this end.
Page 20.
It's not in the PowerPoint. It's a separate PDF document.
Okay, reshare it then.
Yeah, okay, I found it. I found it.
Okay. Chris, if you email it to me, I can put it up too.
I'm trying to share the page. Here. Is everybody able to see this?
Can you make it larger?
Here we go. Is everybody able to see my pointer here? I'm circling it.
Yes. Now.
Yes. Okay. So this is the front view of the garage wall and the bedroom wall that the design review board conditioned to be staggered. This is the revised front view. This pushes the bedroom wall back and the garage wall a little forward. This is more visible in the side view. This is the original non-staggered elevation, the side view of it. And this is the staggered version that shows a 3-foot step back for the second story bedroom wall. So this is what I wanted to illustrate as one of the significant conditions that the design review board put on this project. So I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint slides.
Can I just ask a question about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
What was the objective of doing this? Can you, I'm not sure if I missed that.
Yeah, the objective was to break up the mass of consisting of the wall of the garage and the bedroom over it in one plane. So it was to create a step in the building to alleviate the massing of it.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and go back to the PowerPoint slides.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yes, please, Ms. Devine.
Pushing this back, or this setback 3 feet, doesn't that make it all flush with the house, the front of the house?
No, there's a little stagger between, let me show you.
And how much of a stagger is it?
The bedroom wall now is staggered about 6 inches
Oh,
to the wall of the house.
okay. Thank you. 6 inches. Okay, thanks.
So I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint slide so that I can continue with the appeal discussion. Okay. Here are the points of the appeal. The appeal points are: A, incomplete information was presented on the plans to the design review board, and this must be completed. Point B, regarding the oak tree, the plant material specified was not compatible with the oak tree. Point C, privacy. The project's windows oversee the neighbor's property, and the DRB did not address privacy issues. Point D, public comments. The appellant apparently had provided photos that were not distributed to the design review board. For some reason, the photos were not received, but all the comments that were provided to us were provided to the design review board. Point E, the DRB decision was based on insufficient information, and this is based on the plans that lack details and contain some errors. Point F, the appellant has no other information, additional information that was not provided to the design review board. And the point that the appellant is making is that the information that was presented to the design review board was not weighed appropriately by the design review board. Point G, the DRB decision for return for redesign was not appropriate, and the appellant's contention is that the project was more suitable for a return for redesign so that all the conditions as addressed can be reviewed in public. So the appellant's request is to remand the project back to the design review board for consideration. Staff's responses to the appeal points. Point A, regarding the incomplete information, he determined that the project as presented was appropriate for approval with the conditions as adopted, and that staff would be the reviewing body to address the conditions. Point B, regarding the oak tree, the landscape plan, even though it contained inappropriate plant material, was conditioned to be reviewed and the plant material revised for a more appropriate palette regarding the oak tree. So a condition was adopted to cover that. Point C, the privacy issues. Privacy in the municipal code is to be judged from public spaces like a living room, dining room, kitchen, and so on, not from bedrooms. In this case, the bedrooms are on an upper floor with the exception of a balcony in the middle of the building. The living spaces are on the lower level. Staff's analysis, which the design review board concurred with, the applicant has placed the garage against the appellant's property on the right side of the building as viewed from the street. So the living spaces are pushed away from the appellant's property. And therefore, privacy is not such a big issue from the lower levels. From the upper level, all the rooms are bedrooms. The applicant has submitted a line of sight analysis from the upper level. One issue could be the balcony in the middle of the building, but the balcony is located quite a distance away from the neighbors, the appellant's property, and is located in the middle of the building. Point D, public comments. Whatever comments or photographs that staff received prior to the design review board meeting were all presented to the design review board for consideration. Point E, the design review board decision was based on insufficient information. The design review board acknowledged that there was some missing information and addressed those in conditions. For instance, downspouts and gutters were missing, and the condition was placed to address that, and other similar information. Point F, no additional information. The appellant has stated that there's no additional information that wasn't presented to the design review board. Regarding this, any information that is presented tonight is subject to a de novo hearing by the city council. So the city council has full jurisdiction over this project at this point. And this is in the municipal code. And point G, the DRB decision of return for redesign was more appropriate. The design review board has added conditions to this project and determined that staff is capable of addressing those conditions and appropriate. That's why the design review board made the decision to approve the project with the conditions that were included. Staff's recommendation is that council, after hearing all the evidence and the testimony, is to sustain the design review board's approval of this design review board case for 1226 Vista Court. This concludes my presentation. If there are questions from the council, I'm available.
Is there any question from Mr. Bakdikian?
Mayor, I also have three callers.
Let's go to the callers.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So because it's a public hearing, the hearing is open. You've heard the presentation. If council doesn't have any questions of staff, it's appropriate to allow the appellant to go first. That would be Ms. Wilcox. And
Okay.
you have to decide how much time to give her. And then after that, to allow the applicant to speak, that would be Mr. Brisky. And then after that, to allow any other speakers who intend to speak on this item. And then to allow Mr. Brisky and Ms. Wilcox to have rebuttal. And it sounds like there's only 3 speakers, so maybe.
I have a question.
I'm assuming 2 of those are the applicant and appellant.
Okay, first we go to questions. I guess council members, they have questions.
Thank you. Just a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Bagdikian?
Yes. Yes, Councilman.
What the heck is going on with that lot? Why is it so shallow, and the property behind it, which is owned by the applicant, is it owned by the applicant? Was there some sort of gameplay with moving that lot line? Because that appears to be part of our problem here. It's such a shallow lot, the house is.
Right.
What's up with that? How is that lot? Every other lot has 110 feet depth. This one is, I don't know, 60, 70 or something? What's up with that? If you know.
Let me share my screen and I'll explain how this came about. Give me. Okay, I'm going to enlarge this as much as I can. Okay. Are you able to see the lot, the larger lot and the red outlined lot?
Yes.
Okay. The larger lot with the dark outline was one lot owned by the project applicant. There was a house, or there's a house sitting in the middle of the lot. Back in 2015 or so, there was a proposal to subdivide this larger lot, about 20,000 square feet, into 3 lots. One lot would be this lot containing the existing house, and 2 additional lots, one here and one here, that would be undeveloped. The project was reviewed by the Planning Commission and approved. So this parcel map created the subject lot with its configuration and a proposed house at the time. And the proposal was just in concept to show that it can be developed consistent with our regulations.
Chris, does the property slope down right at that lot line? Isn't there a slope there?
The general topography slopes down from north to south and from west to east. If I can show you in a cross section, here is the section of the subject lot perpendicular to the street. So the street would be here. This would be the oak tree, the front yard. The lot runs generally flat, and then part of the grading, there was a retaining wall side, and another retaining wall was built also, part of the grading plan, part of the backyard. So generally, this lot is higher compared to the lot on the east side. This lot is also a little lower in relation to the appellant's property on the south side. So this is how this lot got created a few years ago. And now the proposal is to develop it. The development that's being proposed now is consistent with the proposed development that's required to be proposed as part of the subdivision.
Okay, so the applicant subdivided it, and that answers my question.
Yeah, the current applicant is the property owner and is also the subdivider of the property.
Okay, thank you, Chris. That was my question. I just wanted an understanding of that.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, how the level, the front portion and the back portion, what's the height lower? How, how much lower is the one which is behind on the right side of the plan, the profile which you are showing?
Looking at the roof.
Compare the level of the front portion and back portion. Do you know how deep?
It's about 8 to 10 feet difference, but it's divided in 2 retaining walls, not just one.
Okay, it's a big difference. So they had to divide it, or it would make sense to divide it.
Part of this topography was already existing.
All right.
Part of the retaining wall, this was already existing in place.
Okay. Is there any question from Mr. Bagdikian? So there is no question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
About the oak tree, we got a lot of messages about, concerns with the oak tree. And I don't know if I should be asking you, Mr. Bagdikian, or somebody else about that. I had a few questions about that.
Well, I can answer whatever I can. Let me give you some background on that. When the subdivision was going through, of course, the oak tree was there, and the initial study, the mitigated negative declaration, addressed the oak tree, and a mitigation measure was adopted. An arborist report was prepared at the time of the subdivision. It was reviewed by the forestry division. It was determined that the subdivision wouldn't have an impact on the oak tree. And the mitigation measure stated that anytime this new vacant lot was going to be developed, an addendum, an updated oak tree report or an arborist report would be submitted for review. When the proposal came in to develop the subject lot, an updated or a new oak tree report was prepared. It was to assess the impact of the development on the oak tree. Granted, the oak tree can grow over time and all that, so all that has been addressed in that arborist report. The arborist report was reviewed by the Forestry Division and found acceptable. One concern was the proposed planting material at the base of the oak tree and the proposed gravel, which were addressed in a condition.
So can I ask about that? So there was, I read, I think here, English ivy or vinca. Is that no longer going to be planted under the oak tree then?
Right, and the gravel has been eliminated.
So all of that is gone, because those, I understand, are kind of invasive, not necessarily drought tolerant, not suited for that. And so those are all out now. Is that right?
Right. There's one additional thing that I need to mention.
Okay.
When the project was initially submitted, there was no sidewalk proposed around the driveway approach. The engineering division required a sidewalk. So we had the applicant revise the plan to show the sidewalk as would be acceptable to the Public Works Engineering Division. When the sidewalk was designed, we had the arborist update their report to address the sidewalk now. And the revised arborist report was also reviewed by the Forestry Division. So this was reviewed twice, actually. One before the sidewalk and the second time with the sidewalk, just to cover all bases.
Okay, so I guess my question, well, the other question besides what was under the tree. So is there going to be grading that takes place within the drip line of the tree?
No, if there's any grading, it would be minimal. So existing topography would remain.
But because I know that in our code, we say that, you know, there should be, what is it? Prohibit changing the natural grade of the land or excavating or filling within the protected zone, which I think is 1 foot outside of the drip line. So are we violating that prohibition?
No, and in fact, our Forestry Division has reviewed this revised landscape plan and found it acceptable. I'm sorry, this is not the revised. The revised plan is further down. It's this one.
So we're not doing any excavation or filling within that 1 foot outside of the drip line?
No, and if the project ends up approved and it goes into plan check, the landscape plan will be reviewed one last time again by the Forestry Division, and they will attach their standard mitigation measures so that cutting of roots or pruning is not accidentally done. And they will require fencing around the oak tree. They will also require no storage of construction materials under the oak tree. So they will attach their standard conditions to the permit.
Okay, because it looks in the, maybe I don't know how to read this, but it looks like the driveway is going to be built within that drip line, no?
Yes, and that was found to be acceptable.
But but we have a prohibition against that in our code. So we're giving a variance or something for that, because don't we prohibit grading within the drip line? And that's why I asked you, is there grading, and you said no, but I'm not sure what the answer is, whether there is or there isn't.
No, whatever grading there is what was found to be acceptable by the Forestry Division, and it's minimal. Driveways, for instance, they've approved driveways as a bridge over the roots if there are root systems there. So they have a lot of discretion over that and authority. So the driveway does not have to be excavated and filled. They've approved driveways over roots and designed as a bridge. So they have full authority over that, and we defer all that to the forestry division.
Okay.
And that happens actually during construction. When during construction, roots are found, then the forestry division gets involved together with the project arborist to figure out how to best address it.
Okay.
And this is not the first project that has gone through that route.
Okay.
Okay, I might have some questions later, but I'm good for now.
Okay.
All right. How many calls we have, Mr.?
Mayor, we have 4 callers.
Okay, I give 12 minutes or 10 minutes to appellant and 10 minutes to the project owner. So I will start with callers or
with the appellant.
Appellant.
So
Appellant. Let's start. Is she online?
I think she's on the WebEx, Miss.
I am.
Yep.
Okay.
How many minutes, sir, again?
10.
Mayor?
10 minutes. Is that good enough?
Well, I have to say, well, good evening.
Good evening.
Late
But
night.
10 minutes is good enough? You want less or you want more? So because I have to give the other
Well,
party.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, these plans were not made available to me at all. So my presentation is based on the previous plans, none of the conditions having been met yet, as that's kind of part of the appeal in and of itself. This is once again being kind of done outside of public purview, and I'm not quite sure exactly where to go from here. I guess I could just go ahead and do my 10 minutes.
Yes. Okay, you have
My
10 minutes
PowerPoint.
anyway. Ms. Wilcox, you have 10 minutes. Let's see what.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Does it allow me to do that? Screen.
Mr. Ajamian?
She's sharing it from her end.
Okay, you were keeping
Here we go.
Yes.
Wait till she starts.
Okay. There we go. All right, I'm just going to go forth with what I had prepared. I have 4 points that I'm going to focus on. The impact the current plans will have on me and my property, the inconsistencies and errors in the now previous plans, concerns regarding the protected coast live oak that lives on the property, and the lack of due process delivered by the Design Review Board. I'm going to start with how the present plans will affect me and my property. The main body of my home, pictured here, which faces the 1226 Vista Court subdivision, is one large open floor plan. It encompasses my living room, kitchen, and dining room. So all of the windows, this is my living room windows, kitchen, there's a back door and dining room, look directly at the lot. So then I'm going to show you some views. This is a view through one of my living room windows at the story poles in the property. A second living room window. And here's a view through my kitchen, which shows you the whole back of that house. So the arrangement of the windows on the first floor of the current plans, whatever they were, allow for direct views from the living area and combined dining room and kitchen into my home. All of this looks right into my house. This is a view where I can literally sit at my dining room table from the furthest point away from my windows and see into what is proposed to be the windows of that project right here. A brief view through my back door. This is a view from my backyard. Looking upward, and the second story of the proposed structure will look directly into my backyard, as well as the backyard of the neighbors behind me, and the neighbors on the north side of the lot, and the neighbors behind them. The previous plans, and I don't know how much this is getting revised, show these 2 sort of balconies with doors, windows. I believe these are bedroom windows. These will look directly into my property. And when looking at the previous plans, they showed doorways leading from the master bedroom and another bedroom into what makes these look like usable spaces. There's also this unnamed space on the northeast corner that, if I go back to this plan, shows these big floor to ceiling windows that will not only look into my house, but will look into the surrounding homes, including the existing house the applicant lives in. The plans, as they were, lacked any mention of exterior lighting, location of garbage storage, and location of HVAC and mechanical equipment, all of which, if improperly placed, can adversely affect the surrounding homes and residents. Glendale Municipal Code 30.47.040 Section 3 addresses this. So clearly my privacy would be severely compromised, and this loss of privacy, natural light, will interfere with the use and enjoyment of my home, which will impact my quality of life on a daily basis. The next reason for the appeal had to do with errors and inconsistencies by both staff and in the proposed plans. The photos exhibit, including the one he showed tonight, that he showed to the DRB, were taken at the time of the subdivision, which don't accurately represent the almost 6 years of new growth to the live oak, shows fencing that no longer exists, as well as a palm tree that was removed several years ago. Another inconsistency pertains to the average square footage of the surrounding homes. Of 17 homes on Vista Court, Green Street, and Reynolds Drive, the average square footage is 1,144 square feet, quite a bit smaller than the 2,109 square feet stated in the original staff report. Staff included at least 2 multiple unit properties nearby. One is a building described as 12,795 square feet as a home, which was actually several condominiums, and one that is a fourplex stated as being 2,728 square feet. Now, here are photos of the 6 homes that directly surround and face the Vista Court lot. This is my house to the south. This is the house to the north. This is one of the homes across the street. This is a home other side south of me, home other side to the north, and across the street. And here's a rendering of the proposed house. This design is not at all in keeping with the existing neighborhood and surrounding homes. It should also be noted that Vista Court is only 2 blocks from the Cottage Grove Historical District, which is only one of 7 such historically recognized districts in Glendale. I'm going to skip citing municipal code. The style is inappropriate and the size is out of scale, and allowing a project this massive and out of context will set an unwanted precedent. It also should be noted that the plans are considerably larger than the plans the applicant presented when applying for the subdivision. And I'm going to show you an overview as well. This just shows, this whole big lot in relationship to the surrounding properties. As for the size and shape of this lot, putting constraints on the orientation and design of any project, the applicant chose to subdivide in this manner, and therefore any hardship is self-imposed. I'm going to move on to the coast live oak tree. You already are aware of a bunch of the indigenous tree code, but one of the things it states is that it defines a protected indigenous tree as, quote, any tree with a trunk that is 6 inches in diameter. And, quote, the trunk of this tree measures over 14 feet in circumference, which renders a diameter of over 53 inches. Councilmember Brotman already brought up the protected area beyond the drip line. I hired an arborist who came up with the following conclusions regarding the indigenous tree report submitted by the applicant. There's no final conclusion made in the indigenous tree report regarding overall cumulative impact to the oak tree. There is no discussion of any grading, and no topographical information is shown on any of the plans. There's no information regarding the need for the pad where the house will be built to be over excavated and recompacted, but this is quite common in this area, so it seems likely that this will occur, and it will greatly increase the amount of root loss. The canopy has been pruned back significantly along the east edge nearest the proposed house. It is prudent to consider that the canopy and associated roots previously extended well into the footprint of the proposed new home before that pruning. The canopy will have to be pruned back at least 4 to 5 feet from the house. It's hard to imagine that pruning cuts can be limited to under 2 inches as directed by the tree protection measures in the existing indigenous tree report. The ground cover, which was already discussed, which I think we're going to be not doing. I'm going to skip over that. And I'm going to show you some photos that were taken last May that already demonstrate the drip line overtaking the outlines of the story poles. Another great concern is the lack of a drainage plan. The lot slopes to the north, and improper drainage presents a detriment to the tree. And this violates one of the 33 conditions set forth when the subdivision was granted. Which says, quote, the method of discharge of all on-site drainage shall be approved by the city engineer. One last photo of the drip line. These photos are of storage of bulky trash items and heavy equipment under the tree canopy. And these show damage done by the applicant's workers while the applicant was present. This corresponds to a video I submitted to the council via email. This photo shows lack of maintenance to the tree, leaving it exposed to damage anytime a large vehicle such as a garbage or delivery truck drive by, all of which is in violation of the same ordinance 12.44.050. And this just demonstrates that the applicant has a poor history of caring for and maintaining the tree. And this is a great concern to the neighborhood at large. And finally, I'd like to address the design review process that occurred on June 25th, 2020. The plans that were submitted by the planning department staff were incomplete. Glendale Municipal Code 30.40.020 makes a clear definition between preliminary plans and what information must be submitted for final review. All members of the design review made note of how incomplete the plans were compared to what they were accustomed to. One of them remarked on the quote, vivid difference in the quality of design, end quote, compared to the previous case and the quote, lack of detail, end quote. The plans were submitted by staff to the design review board with 7 pre-existing conditions. The DRB passed the project 3-1 with an additional 7 conditions, bringing the total to 14. Only 12 were listed in the final record of decision for 1226 Vista Court. A review of the last 14 months of residential design review board records of decision shows an average of 5 conditions imposed on approved designs, yet this project was approved with almost 3 times that amount. And the number of conditions is well outside the norm and demonstrates the plans were inconsistent, contradictory, and incomplete. In addition, there were 33 conditions when the subdivision was approved, many which should have been taken into consideration when staff was examining the plans to be submitted. It's kind of hard to believe that the city is comfortable with making immense exceptions to the standards and municipal codes of the city of Glendale for certain individuals. Again, a precedent and procedure that shouldn't be tolerated. The number of conditions being left to staff and the applicant have thoroughly denied myself, other neighbors, and the community the ability to gain a holistic picture of what we can expect to see as the final project. The design review approved this project for redesign without any oversight or monitoring, which is not an appropriate decision or appropriate option. And I'm requesting that you overturn the design review board's decision to approve this project and require the applicant to return with a design that adheres to Glendale municipal codes, is accurate and consistent, is of a size and design that is in keeping with the neighborhood, and includes a landscape plan that is prepared by a licensed landscape architect, which Mr. Brisky is not, although he states it on the plans, and thoroughly considers the coast live oak tree. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. I appreciate your time.
Very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, now 10 minutes. Is the property owner or representative of property owner is in here?
The applicant.
Applicant or
He's on WebEx
representative?
as well.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So you wanna
Should I be in?
Yeah, you have 10 minutes, Mr. Brisky.
Okay. So,
Yes.
When someone like myself, an applicant, submits to the design review board, the design review board reviews everything that was submitted, and they determine whether it is a complete application or not. And my application was deemed complete when it was submitted. And I understand that there's additional comments, and I addressed those additional comments, but it was complete when it was submitted. But I'm happy to, if someone wants to see lighting or whatever they want to see, I'm happy to add additional information. The questions of privacy, the majority of my windows look to the east. My neighbor, Ms. Wilcox, her windows look in a different direction. They look north. So when she says that, and I prepared view diagrams that show that my windows look in a different direction than where her windows are. But I did delete one of the bedroom windows, as kind of a compromise, so to speak. So there's only one window, and it's a very small window from a bedroom and that window looks towards her house. All of the other windows look towards the house that I am currently living in. So the majority of what she says is rooted in gross exaggeration. It really isn't founded in fact. The other thing, when she does her size survey, the survey that I prepared, the survey, like which houses are looked at, it's prescribed by the planning department, and it's all of the houses on the street. I don't doubt that she can come up with a lower number by choosing just 6 houses, 6 of the smallest houses. Yes, you'll get a lower number, but she's omitting many large houses and also many apartment buildings. So again, it's not, I've followed all of the rules that the planning department outlines on how you determine the average size in the neighborhood. Her survey is just based on her inclination to pick small houses. It's not a fair comparison. In regards to the oak tree, I've planted a new oak tree on the front of the property. These are oak trees that I have grown all on my own. About 15 years ago, I took about 12 oak tree saplings, and I've grown them into, large, full-size trees. The majority, I'm a landlord, and I own several properties in Los Angeles. And all of those properties have had oak trees planted on them. I'm a strong lover of oak trees. And I've spoken with Kathleen Williams, the city arborist, as well as Craig Crody, the arborist that I've hired. And both of these people will be observing and watching the construction to make sure that no harm comes to the oak tree. In regards to Councilman Brotman's concern about the driveway, there is no grading where the driveway will be built. The driveway will just be, there's no excavation, there's no regrading, nor is there regrading, under the drip line. And even when the foundation, which is outside of the drip line, that will be observed. The first thing that will happen is a trench will be dug, and the arborist will be present when that trench is dug, and any roots that are discovered, and this is again outside of the drip line, this is not under the oak, but any roots that are discovered will be, the foundation will be routed around, and so it will miss the tree roots. That's about really the gist of what I have to say. I would just like to reiterate that I've followed all of the rules. I have my house will currently, as Ms. Wilcox showed, there is a dumping problem. The city put up a sign on the corner, a sign saying no dumping allowed. And the reason they put the sign is because people dump there all the time. And they also dump on my property, and it becomes my problem to remove it. So by building a house in this location, I believe it will eliminate the dumping problem. That's all I got to, that's other things too that don't seem clear to other people. Like, for instance, site drainage. The site drainage was covered as part of the parceling. And there's a drainage easement that runs through the existing lot. And all of the drainage goes towards the east. There won't be any digging for drainage underneath the oak tree. And all of the downspouts are inside the walls when they're on the first floor. That's why they're not as apparent. But there are some downspouts on the second floor, which I've added to the plans. But I'm open to questions. If there's anything
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brisky.
Okay.
Ms. Devine, you had question? Only question if you have.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Mr. Brisky about the bedroom window he's talking about. Is that on where the balcony is on the back of the house on the,
No, the bedroom, so it's the bedroom that's above the garage. The balcony is all the way over, is over, it's about, I'm going to say it's about 60 or 70 feet away from Ms. Wilcox's property.
yeah, and you didn't include a line of sight drawing for that balcony. That balcony is pretty high, and there was no line of sight.
No, the line of sight pertained to the windows. So, no, there's no requirement for a line of sight from the balcony, but it's a good distance away. And I've already planted a tree that it's an Arizona ash. It's a large shade tree, and I planted it about, 6 months ago, and it will fully screen the view between the two properties. Currently, there's a large hedge, so when someone is in the proposed backyard, the hedge currently blocks most of the view. But once the tree grows in, it'll fully 100% block the view of Ms. Wilcox's house.
Thank you. Is there any question from, yes, Mr. Kazak?
Mr. Brisky, you are an architect, and what is your, I'm curious to hear your responses to the way the structure that you're proposing to build on this lot corresponds with the neighboring district of some historic significance.
Yes, this is the house is kind of based loosely on Frank Lloyd Wright's Prairie style house. So it's modern, but it's kind of a traditional modern in that it has a sloped roof, and it has kind of a horizontal banding to the design, and it has a mix of stucco and wood. And I believe the form and the articulation will make it it blends very well with the neighborhood.
Thank you. Is there any other question from applicant or appellant? No questions? Okay, we go to callers then.
How much time?
Mina,
3 minutes.
Mina Kearns, you're live. Mina?
Yes.
How many
Hello?
calls I
Can you
have?
hear me?
How many calls?
5 calls, Mayor.
5? Okay, 3 minutes. Please.
Mina, go ahead. You're live.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. Hi, my name is Mena Kearns, and I'm a resident of Adams Hill. So I routinely pass the 1226 Vista Court on my daily walk, so I've had plenty of opportunity to observe all the story poles and the lot itself. I've also seen the current plan. I feel that the project as proposed is too large for the lot, and it looks like it will endanger the protected oak tree that resides there. I've done some research, and the construction of this size can cause irreparable damage and death to the tree. If not thoroughly protected during this process, trees of this maturity can take years to die. I've also seen that the current drip line of the tree is already to the outline of the story pole. This is pretty obvious. So the plans as submitted, I don't think adequately address this issue. I think it's also worth mentioning that the lot is not really kept up, and there's always garbage and debris in it. And the majority of the time when I'm walking by, it's actually the story pole flags that are in the yard. They're not getting picked up. So that's my main concern, is about the oak tree, and a lot of that's already been discussed. So I do support this appeal, and I would ask you to do the same. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Roddy Werner. Roddy?
Roddy, can you hear me? Roddy Werner?
Rondi.
Oh, yes, hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Agajanian, City Council members and staff. My name is Rondi Werner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Adams Hill Neighborhood Association. We're here today to rectify a procedural failure. The public's right to review this project through the DRB process was circumvented. This resulted in the approval of a deficient design that is non-compliant with multiple provisions of the municipal code. For example, the indigenous tree ordinance, even though public comments pointed out that the planning plan included placing an invasive ivy right under the oak tree, this issue was not specifically addressed by staff or by forestry. They addressed the incompatible hedge and the gravel, but not the ivy. It's only being addressed right now because the members of the public paid $2,000 for this appeal. Chapter 30 of the municipal code requires that applications for design review shall contain all information required thereto. As you've heard today, their drawings were riddled with errors and omitted basic information such as a door schedule, exterior lighting, downspout locations, and indicating how water runoff will be directed without impacting adjacent properties or trenching into the tree zone. One of the downspouts appears to be right across from the oak tree. So the tree stands between the downspout and the street. So I don't know how it's humanly possible to drain the property without trenching into the protected tree zone. Chapter 30 also states that the developments in R1 zones with more than one story shall not unreasonably impact privacy of buildings and outdoor spaces. And as you heard from Ms. Wilcox, multiple properties will suffer substantial privacy impacts once the developer shoehorns this project onto the subdivided lot. In addition to not complying with the code, the design also fails to comply with some of the 33 conditions of the lot subdivision, such as adhering to the recommendations of the arborist report. The arborist had suggested that he put mulch around the tree, and instead he was planning to use gravel until that became a condition. This design was essentially remanded to staff and now to City Council to redesign outside of the public process, allowing this incomplete, non-code compliant design to move forward would set a terrible precedent that tramples on the design review process and ignores the rule of law. We respectfully urge you to return this project for redesign or reject it altogether. We shouldn't be having to see a design for the very first time, with all these revisions at a City Council meeting. It should have been returned for redesign in the first place so that the new design could address all the concerns that the public had. And we didn't even receive copies of what this new design is. We're seeing it for the first time. I appreciate that Mr. Brisky's trying to address some of the concerns, but this isn't the proper procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Sophia Estrada. Sophia, can you hear me? Sophia Estrada?
Yes.
Go ahead, you're live.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I ask that you kindly recommend this project to go back for redesign to DRB. DRB is the only public forum for public to express concerns. This incomplete design or missing information does not give the public nor the staff a clear picture of the proposed home. Staff should have done a better job at guiding the applicant to present better and more complete plans before voting this project at the June 25, DRB meeting. Instead, the applicant presented a bunch of information today that is news to the neighbors. And I want to remind City Council members that he took 2 lots and subdivided them to make 3 lots. In one of the lots, he has an existing home. In the vacant lots that he's proposing to build 2 more homes, why has the applicant complicated things so much with this subdivision? Why is he trying to cram a 2-story home on such a small lot that encroaches on neighbors' privacy? At the June 25th, 20 DRB meeting, staff indicated that the design of the home is limited because of the protected tree. So he has created this hardship for himself, given the additional steps that must be taken to preserve the tree. In conclusion, some of the 12 conditions recommended by DRB are pretty significant that will require altering the mass, appearance, and the change in the color scheme because the colors were too dark. DRB should have asked for a redesign at that point. And why are we rushing to approve this project? And now he's presented a lot of changes at the city council meeting and really hasn't allowed for the public to view some of these changes. In conclusion, I want to give you 2 summary quotes from the DRB meeting. Commissioner Francesca Smith acknowledged that the DRB would be approving something that was not compliant due to the incomplete landscape plan. The applicant had ample time to make these changes, but he chose not to. For the city arborist staff, they did not feel the landscape complied with the requirements that he had recommended. The applicant had used the wrong plant material, even though the arborist staff had been specific. Further, Commissioner Irene Arzumanian also said that a lot of the information was missing and would have liked to have seen more detail. So in conclusion, I'm recommending that you kindly return this project to DRB for review and to allow the public to view and comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Estrada. Next caller, please.
Grant Michaels, you're live. Grant, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Grant Michaels. I'm the president of the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council. When projects go before DRB and have been approved with a significant number of conditions, particularly those that affect the mass and scale, in this case, the step back of the facades, the parapets, and are approved with those conditions, that is of concern to the Coordinating Council, as there is no guarantee that the conditions will be adequately approved and met. In this case, pushing back the facade 3 feet, staff did not give a firm determination that that met the intention and the condition of the DRB. It is being presented to council as an option in this de novo hearing for council to decide that. In that sense, this design is being reviewed for approval. With projects like this, we would strongly encourage the project to go back for redesign, to have a hearing body review the complete project and see it in its entirety to ensure that it does meet those conditions. As others have mentioned, this project was subdivided and a large house designed for a small lot, creating many of these conditions. To that end, much of this is self-created by the applicant, and he has created these conditions on his own. We would strongly encourage the support of the appeal and returning this project for redesign so that it can be completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. Do I have any other calls?
Yes, Mayor, there are 2 more callers.
Okay.
Kathy Yurko, you're live. Kathy?
Hi, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Agajanian and members of City Council. This is Kathy Yurka, and I'm calling to ask you please to uphold the appeal and return the project to the DRB following a redesign. I'm calling on behalf of the Verdugo Woodlands West Homeowners Association. When we can, our HOA likes to keep an eye on projects of concern outside of our neighborhood, based on the principle that what happens elsewhere today can affect us tomorrow. A year ago, I attended a couple of candidate forums for City Council, and a lot of concerns were expressed at these forums about design review. And candidates who were elected described the design review process as broken and in need of reform. And I think this project is a good example of what's wrong with the process. Staff should not bring forward plans that are incomplete and inconsistent. The plans should have a door schedule. Windows should be in the same place in both the plans and the elevations so that no one has to guess where the windows are actually supposed to be. In this case, there was no lighting, no trash or HVAC locations. And that's just 4 of the conditions that were eventually opposed. This kind of sloppiness has become all too common. And it's because staff tolerate this sloppiness from applicants. When an applicant comes in with something like this, staff should say, thank you, we're happy to work with you. Please come back when your plans are complete and consistent. Or they should work with them to make them so. These kinds of documents should not be brought forward to the Design Review Board with a recommendation of approval. As long as staff keep bringing forward plans that are inconsistent and incomplete, applicants will continue to produce inconsistent and incomplete plans for review. There is zero incentive for them to bring in something more polished and finished and ready to go. Instead, the applicant and staff can always work out the details behind the scenes outside of a public process of review. And you saw what that results in tonight in the presentation of the revisions. Those are pretty substantial changes that were not presented to the Design Review Board. The applicant for the project before this one on Corona talked about design review as a process to ensure high quality design. It's also about ensuring compatibility. I would venture to say respectfully that I don't believe this project meets either of those goals. I really liked what Ms. Wilcox had to say about the process of subdivision. The owner created a very small lot. Any constraints as a result of that lot, that hardship is self-imposed. No one to blame but himself. So anyway, I would like to urge you, please, to grant the appeal, and I thank you very much for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. York. Next caller, please.
Mary Baldwin, you're live. Mary, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council, Mayor, and staff. Thank you at this late hour to be taking the time to do this. I don't think I can improve, actually, on what everyone else has said. I would hope that this goes back for redesign. For me, the loss of privacy for the homeowner is probably the utmost concern that I have. This project creates such an intrusion that she will not be able to enjoy her house in the same manner that she always has. It's a tremendous loss of freedom and comfort. I live on Adams Hill. We have small houses, small lots. I've lived here most of my life. Privacy is a treasured commodity. I experienced a loss of privacy when one of my neighbors did something to his house, and really it created a daily trauma and thousands of dollars that cost me to undo his work. So it's such a shame that this house wasn't designed a little bit different. I think the second story should actually be lopped off. I just think it's a real intrusion into her house. And once you lose your privacy, your house is no longer your sanctuary, your place of respite. I think that should be counted in this sort of haphazard presentation of this design. So I'm advocating redesign. Thank you all very much, and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin.
Mayor, that was the last caller.
Okay, thank you. Don't move. All right. Now, I just want to give the chance to the applicant and appellant to say in 2 minutes whatever they want to answer or whatever they want to say, and then I go to my colleagues. Okay.
Okay. One thing a lot of people noted, they referred to it as a small lot, but actually the lot is about 30% larger than the adjacent lots. The adjacent lots are about 4,600 square feet. This lot is about 6,100 square feet, a good bit larger. That's essentially, that's it. There was a lot of things that people said, like that they're not factually correct. Like I said, the plans were complete. The planning department has a list of what the plans have to include, and my plans included everything on the list. So I don't know why people say it was incomplete. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox, in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Ms. Wilcox. Sorry.
Thank you.
Ms. Ingrid Wilcox. It's very sorry.
Thank you. I guess a couple of points I want to make that Mr. Brisky brought up. I average 17 single-family homes in the neighborhood, not 6. I just showed you 6 to give you an idea of what they look like. And as for that tree he's planted, it's about 4 feet tall at best right now, and I don't know how long that'll take to come to maturity and block any views. I feel like I demonstrated what the views look like from my windows. The back of that house is falls short of the back of mine, so certainly the whole back of that house will look into my house. And I think it's just really unfortunate that the applicant, as also an architect, has put us into a situation where the public is trying to oversee this process that really shouldn't be our responsibility. And the time and money and effort that all of us have spent, I'm very much looking forward to being done with it. So I'm really asking you to return this for redesign. Thank you very much for all of your time. I know it's very late and everyone's exhausted.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. Okay, now I go to my colleagues. Anybody wants to... Why I hear my own voice now? Okay.
Can I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Brock.
A question for staff on this. I just want to resolve this issue with the size of this proposed structure compared to the size of the other houses in the area. So this is, let's see, 1,976 square foot house is proposed, right? What is an average? The average you calculate 2,102 square feet. But it looks like there's a very wide range, and there's that one property that's something like 12,000 square feet, which is probably a real outlier. So what would like the median be, or something that would not just distort the number by including that very large structure?
Anybody is answering the question?
Yeah, I'm answering the question. Councilman Broadman, if I may direct your attention to Exhibit 1, and it would be the last, I'm sorry, Exhibit 2, the last page of it. It's the survey that the applicant provides of comparing the subject property to the neighboring properties and an average of the neighboring properties.
Right, I'm seeing that. Let me go back to it, but well, I need to find that. It's a little difficult.
Let me see if I can display it on the screen.
Well, I see the range of properties, house size being from 1,001 square feet to 12,795 square feet. So you're taking an average of that and you're getting 2,102 square feet. I understand the math, but you've got this one property that's very, very large, which is, I'm sure, distorting the number. So that's why I was looking for a median as opposed to an average, or an average if you exclude, if it's one outlier that's 12,000 square feet, we should take that out. It's just completely distorting the number. I'm just trying to get a sense of like a real average or a median figure for the homes. I don't know how many there were in this that were used for this average here.
Yes, Councilman Broadman, this is a standard format that applies to all design review applications for single-family homes. Staff does not modify the data. So,
well, without modifying the data, can you give me the median?
We don't calculate the median. It's not something that we do. We just request the average, and we present all this, including the raw data, to the design review board for comparison. It's already understood that there could be properties that don't fit the mold. They could be larger or smaller. In this particular case, the survey list includes some multifamily properties also, but they're all included in here.
That's why this average number just doesn't help me. It doesn't give me the information I need to make a judgment on this. All right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Ms. Devine?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Speaking of being factually correct, I asked the question about the line of sight, dealing with the privacy issue from the balcony, and Mr. Brisky said that's not necessary. Well, doesn't our code include balconies over 25 square feet in area in our line of in the code there should be a line of sight from that balcony? Mute, you're on mute. Chris.
Should I answer that? The balcony is less than 25 square feet.
The balcony.
It is?
The balcony, I think, is about. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. On the plans, it's less than 25 square feet?
No, the balcony looks more like 75 square feet. And the line of sight or the privacy issue should apply to the balcony.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And it's not included. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
But as I mentioned earlier, the balcony is located towards the middle of the building and as far away from the adjacent properties as possible.
But if you're looking at the pictures that Ms. Wilcox showed us, her windows look right at that back of the house. And that balcony is within her line of sight as far as I can see. But I can't tell because I don't have it in the plans. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other comment? Because, okay. I just want to add, I mean, we can't compare the new buildings when they built a new building to take the average and say, okay, it shouldn't be larger than this. I mean, in 1910, I didn't bring with me, I mean, this was, I guess, another time that I was reviewing. In 1910 and 1920, the average size was less than 1,000 square feet. The improvement was less than 1,000 square feet. During the years, the average of improvement on a property became larger and larger, bigger and bigger. I mean, we cannot just look at it, say what was in 1920 and compare it with today's sizes, in my opinion. Okay, is there any other comment?
Oh, I have another question I want to kind of clarify, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
You know, I'm concerned about the landscaping as well, and I'll bring that up. But according to staff, they don't have to have a professional landscape architect do their landscaping in an R1 zone like this is. They can just, the owner, builder can just do their own landscaping. Is that correct? Another factual question.
Council Member Devine, that's correct. In this particular zone, there's no requirement for the landscape architect to prepare the plans. However, the plans are still subject to the state's water efficient landscape requirements, which contain very restrictive requirements for drought tolerant landscaping and the use of native landscape materials.
Okay.
This is in an effort to conserve water.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else has any comment? I take it. Everybody is fine. So we want to go and I just want to add one more issue about the windows. I mean, windows on the second level, I guess I spoke about this on another occasion, was next to my house, which was on Western. The owner of the property made the second level on it. And the windows, they were looking through my son's bedroom and our kitchen and our living and dining. And I went to city. I spoke to Mr. Lanza Fame and few other experts, and they said, if it's bedroom window, you cannot complain. And they were all looking through and they had actually balcony from one side to another that they were looking at our swimming pool. And they say, you can't do anything. So I accepted. So, I mean, small windows on bedroom, I think that should not stop the person not to be able to build his house. That's my opinion. Anyway, we are going to I guess, I have a motion for this item.
No, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
let me just
Mr. Kisaki.
let me just share my thoughts because I think it's only fair to the applicant and appellant for them to understand my reasoning for how I'll be voting. First of all, having listened to both sides, ultimately, everyone has to live with one another. Whatever is built on this property, whatever form or shape it's in, the neighbors have to figure out what is equitable and fair to the best that they can amongst each other moving forward. However, there's nothing I think that's more tedious, I think most of us would agree, than having to sit here as a body and sometimes listen to these appeals and to these cases that should be resolved at the DRB level. There is a purpose for us having a DRB, putting professionals on there who can guide the process, work with staff, and find resolutions to these issues. From my understanding, we know of projects that have gone through DRB multiple times. There's one extreme, and then there's Mr. Brisky's project, who I'm sure is a fine architect. I'm aware of his experimental house in Silver Lake, which is an impressive looking structure for its area. And then there's this instance where it just goes to DRB, gets approved with somewhat wishy-washy conditions, and then gets appealed immediately to us. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think I am, there's at least a couple of opportunities to go back to DRB and to hash these out. And I believe, as one caller said, that is the proper place and forum to do it in. And it's also the place where the neighbors should have an opportunity, the community should have an opportunity to vet and look at and provide comment. So there are concerns I have, but I don't want to sit here and act in the role necessarily of the DRB. I am going to sustain the appeal, so this does go back to DRB, and all of the issues can be addressed at that body, at where it should be, because I do believe that there has been significant amount of changes and there is concerns. On the other hand, I do want to forewarn that some of the arguments I heard from the appellant side about trash being left on the property and it being somehow the fault of Mr. Brisky is ludicrous. Whether it's at that lot or anywhere else, you can drive down the city to developed, impacted and crowded areas. I can just tell you Harvard Street between Chevy Chase and Verdugo is oftentimes a repository of people's garbage and whatever else that they leave for our bulky items, people to keep them busy. So let's be fair here, including in the area of privacy. I think most of these issues will be worked out, I think can be worked out, but they should be done at the design review level. Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Oh, hold on. We need a motion and we second. We need, I think we really need to hear from all council members.
Ms. Devine.
Oh, thank you. Well, in short, I agree with Mr. Kasakian. There seem to be a lot of inconsistencies here. And in full disclosure, I have to tell you that I visited the lot several times. I talked with the appellant, the applicant's wife, and neighbors to the north. But based on the review of the design review board's concerns and conditions, the arborist report, and the color palette, there seems to be there's a privacy issue, there's a landscape, the oak tree issue, the color issue, and the mass and scale issue. And so I think that I want to move and vote to remand the case back to the DRB, but with the request that they address 4 questions that I feel are important. First of all, that the setback issue, first it was 1 foot, then it was 2 feet, now it's 3 feet, and it puts it flat against, which makes that house into one big block, makes it even more massive, I would think, than before we started. So I think they have to work at the setback conditions specifically. Does it create the visible and the meaningful reduction in the front elevation massing that the DRB intended? And that's the big question. The line of sight, the code says that there should be a line of sight drawing from that balcony, and I think they need to see it, and I think they have to look at the privacy issue a little bit more closely. And, in the report, staff said the building is not expected to create privacy issues. That's not the kind of terminology I want to see or hear or look at or read. I want to see that there are no privacy issues. The other, the landscaping, the revised landscaping, I think I looked at it, and it has some of the same plants, the sage or the stag, the brush, the vinca, incompatible plants, I believe. I think this has to be looked at. I talked to our arborist, Kathleen, and she assured me that, we're going to take good care of that oak tree. But I think we have to make sure that it is protected and that the plants that are there, even though they don't have to have a licensed architect, landscape architect, that we have to look at what the plantings are there that he's putting in and make sure. I was out there and I don't know that I saw an oak tree that you planted. There were 3 plants along the north, south, east side. Were one of those an oak tree, Mr. Pisky?
The oak tree that I planted it's on the Reynolds side of the property. It's not on this particular parcel. It's on the other parcel.
Oh, I thought you said because I know there were like 3 little, looked like a little tiny lemon tree and 2 other little plant. Okay.
Yes, no, I wouldn't, because of the construction, I wouldn't plant the tree until after the construction.
Okay, my final concern is about the exterior colors. And I think I stated this, I don't know if it was when it was, but I'm a visual person. And when you start submitting paint colors via computer, those can be adjusted. The design review board said they wanted more muted colors. And so staff said, well, these are more muted. Well, you can do anything I want design review board to actually see the paint colors, so that they have an accurate idea, and everyone else, the public, has an accurate idea of what the colors are going to be. So I would move for option 3 to remand to DRB to review all the conditions, make sure that they are followed through with the intent and the spirit of the design review board. And that's really important. And it will also give the public an opportunity to comment, and I think that's really important as well. So that would be my decision, to remand.
Mr. Ksaka.
Thank you. A question here. If this gets remanded to DRB, will this, because this is, I guess, a de novo hearing, and would this require that everything starts from scratch for the applicant? Would he have to pay the fees to have to go through this process again versus I believe you get a couple of bites at the apple if you're still within that DRB process without having to pay extra charges or fees.
Councilmember Kasakian, remanding back to DRB means a brand new application.
So is there a way for this to, do we have the authority as a council to ask that this be remanded without it having to require all the fees? Because I don't expect it to be a very long and arduous process as opposed to a project coming before them from scratch.
There are new members in there. How it cannot be changed? There are new members.
Only one.
Fine.
Only one.
Mr. Garcia, a question. If they remand it, isn't that similar to return for redesign, which catches them into that second or third time with the fee they paid? I think if the council denied the project, then you would start from scratch. Isn't that correct?
I think so, but I'd have to look at all the language, especially given that they hadn't had a couple of, at least one return for redesign at DRB. But I can't say for certain without looking at all the provisions of the code. But certainly, if the council's desire is to remand it and try to streamline the process for the applicant, at least in terms of fees and whatnot, we'll look at every avenue that we have legally to do that.
Thank you.
Would be different if we tell them what we don't like. When you say back to DRB, I know what will happen. It will be new project from the scratch. I'm not talking about the money aspect of it. If there is something, it should be just that is different. We're sending this back to new people, at least the person whom I assigned or is my commissioner is a new person. Doesn't know anything about this project. So he has to start from scratch. So then what happens? They go back and forth. Then what happens? Anyway, this is if there are ideas that something should be changed, is different. But when you send back, it's start again. And how many times, Mr. Brisky, did you go there?
Just one time.
No, but in DRB, how many times they reviewed your? It's from new project. It's a scheme of what it's going to be. It's not even working drawings or anything in there. Anyway, okay, roll call, please.
I'm sorry. I don't think we've heard from all council members or had a motion.
Mr. Najarian.
I want to hear this is
Brotman.
you're wearing camouflage or something. Okay. Oh, here we go. I took a drive in this area, and I took a drive after getting the comments about how a house of this size and they described it as massive would be out of character for the neighborhood. So I got to this Vista Court by driving down Palmer Avenue, which is apartment building after apartment building after apartment building, about 4 feet apart from each one. Then I turned up Vista Court and we saw the house at, I thought it was on Vista Court, but it's at 730 Palmer. It's right at the corner, which is, it's got that crazy fence going on, this wrought iron fence with the spears at the end of it, violating about every single code, and is a very large detriment to that neighborhood. Don't compare what this house could be as presented to us with that house at the corner. It's I got in trouble several years ago where I picked out a few cities in LA County and said, this is representative of those cities. But folks, it's in your packet. It's number 18, Palmer Avenue. It's absolutely an eyesore as soon as you drive up Vista Court. I kept going. I saw the property on my left, And 2 doors up, I saw a very large apartment building. Mr. Brotman, that's that 12,000 square foot thing that's throwing off your numbers. It's like a 12-unit apartment building 2 doors away from this project. I mean, so tell me, what is the character of the neighborhood when 2 doors away, you've got a 12-unit apartment building sitting right there? It's about 3 stories high. Whoa, I said, let's just keep going on my tour of Vista Court. And as I got to Vista Court, keeping in mind the size and the nature and massive of the homes, when you get to the end of that Vista Court, there's like 3-story homes all around that cul-de-sac, very large homes. So I couldn't understand what the issue was in terms of character of the neighborhood. The character of a home disrupting the neighborhood continuity. You've got I counted mailboxes. You know, it's got one of those steel It's got one of those steel mailboxes with, you know, you put the key in right out front, 12 units. And this guy wants to build a single family home just 2 doors down. And the neighbors are saying it's out of character with the neighborhood. And up the street a little bit, you've got these towering 3-story homes. I don't get that. So that argument doesn't fly with me. Don't tell me it's not, that it's out of character or it's ruining the character of the neighborhood. That's not true. Don't tell me about the Cottage Grove Historical District, because this is not the historical district. Everybody would love to have a vacant lot next door. Everybody. That way you could look out your window and see a little, nature in its finest, a little grassy area, an oak tree. But folks, whatever is built there, even if you require this gentleman to build a 1-story home, the issues of the view and the intrusion and the breaking up of my sunlight and my vistas are still going to be the same, whether it's a 1-story building or a 2-story home. You're going to have a house there. The homes are very close together in that whole neighborhood. So, the view argument doesn't get anywhere with me. The issue of that balcony, it's greater. I assume now it's greater than 25 feet, but it's, as I see, it's placed as far away from the appellant's home as it could be located. As far as the tree goes, we're very serious about protecting our trees. I don't think that the style of the home, whether it's half the size, whether it's 1-story, whether it's pushed all the way back, is going to affect the tree any differently. Have heard that there's no grading that needs to be done, that everything is on grade, that you're going to place a driveway over that, although it is skirting or intruding into the drip line. We've got our arborist all over this thing, and I don't think there's going to be any problems with that. Now, one item that I can't, that falls against the applicant is the way he divided up that lot. I mean, in some ways, that's why I asked that question. It didn't make sense as to why that lot was so shallow when everything else was, although it is wider than the neighboring lots, it is a lot shallower. And, is there a retaining wall in the back? Is he limited in all that? I don't know, but that you could say that is part of his own doing. But, the DRBs, I guess we don't have much faith in our DRB, because I think this is looks like it's the 4th or 5th DRB decision that we're overturning on appeal. Maybe we don't want a DRB. Maybe we want to deal with this all the time. I certainly don't. I have appointed an expert architect to deal with these issues. I'm not an expert architect, and my very crass and unprofessional identification of issues that appeal or don't appeal to me may make, architects, start rolling their eyes, but especially in Adams Hill, what is this, like the third one in Adams Hill that we're kicking out? I think we should approve it, implement those 13 or so requirements, and let this thing go forward. That's my
Okay.
position.
Ms. Devine. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Councilmember Najarian, we're not trying to stop this gentleman from building this house. We want him to build a house. We just want to make sure, I think, at least this is I should speak for myself. I just want the intentions of the design review board to be addressed, and I want them to okay them, to say that this is what we wanted. This is how we envision this house. He's done everything to comply, and therefore we can approve the design. So I'm not trying. Please don't think that I'm trying to stop.
Didn't they approve it?
From building.
They approved 3-1. What else they have to do again? I mean, if you send to a new people.
Because just speaking with some of them and with hearing looking at the plans, etc., I'm not convinced that what they want is what is in the plans right now. And I think that because there are so many inconsistencies, there are so many questions here about the setback and the colors and things that the neighbors are concerned about. Let's send it back to DRB and get everybody on the same page so that he can have his house and everybody is happy with him having his house.
DRB approved 3-1. Our staff says this is a good project. They approved it. And now it came back to us and we say, go back to DRB. What is, to me, it looks like a game now. Anyway, is there any other comment?
Mr. Mayor, I haven't weighed in yet, and I think so much has been said. I'm not going to go over old ground. I support and agree with the comments of Councilmember Devine and Councilmember Kasakian. I think this is probably not far off from being a good final project, but I think there was a process failure. I think it should not have gone out of the DRB. It's when I went back and I watched the DRB hearing, I was kind of shocked because I heard almost every member of the DRB complain about the lack of details or the inconsistencies. And then suddenly you had 3 people voting to move it out. And it didn't make sense to me. The fact that there are, 12, 14, however many conditions there are, just tells me that it's not fully cooked. So I think it should, I think it's not Mr. Brisky's fault, really. I don't think it should have gone out of the DRB. I think it should have gone back for redesign, and we wouldn't be here. I think that's the right body to be looking at this and making the final decision on colors and on setback and on, door schedules and a lot of things. That's where the decision, those are the experts. So I just think it shouldn't have come to us. But here it is. So I support remanding it back to the DRB, if that's the right terminology, and having them deal with it. And if there's a way to interpret it as similar to if it were set back for redesign so that it's not starting the process over, I would support that, because I don't really think it was Mr. Brisky's fault. I think it just was not fully cooked.
I agree. I would agree. Would that be a motion?
That would be a motion to send it back to uphold the appeal.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, members
Mr.
of council,
Garcia.
so there are two separate motions. One, to sustain the appeal would be and reverse the decision. That's denying the project. But I think what the council has spoken to, at least the council members Devine, Brotman, and Kasakian, is a remand. The municipal code, when dealing with appeals to the council, does provide a process where what you're doing here, referring it back to the respondent board, which is basically a remand, with directions for further consideration. So I guess the question is, based on some of the discussion, do you want to provide the specific directions that, for example, Councilmember Devine outlined, and make it direct, so it's not an open-ended hearing, it's on the specific issues that you've raised for the DRB to consider? That way, that addresses in part, I think, the mayor's concern that it's going to be just basically a brand-new appeal or a brand-new hearing, as opposed to focusing on the issues that the council discussed during this hearing. I have 4 items from Councilmember Devine, and I'm not sure if there are any other specific comments, but they were, addressing the conditions on the setback, requiring the applicant to provide a line of sight drawing for the balcony, and then directing the DRB to look at the privacy issues in light of that line of sight drawing, revising the landscaping plan and having the DRB review the issues regarding the protection of the oak tree, and then having the actual exterior colors, paints provided to, a color palette provided to the DRB to review. That's kind of what I have so far.
That makes sense, to ask them to look at things that it's objected here, not to send a project to them, we'll start all over and this.
Right. And then generally to look at whether the project complies with the conditions that the DRB imposed.
Exactly.
Uh,
And that's part of the record here, but if you want the DRB to look at that, that can be part of it as well.
Okay, anybody wants to
I'll
move
move
based
that.
on that?
Okay, and I'll
Is there a
second that.
second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't this be done administratively? Can't this be done administratively? We've put Mr. Briscoe through all this, Mr. Brisky through several months of delays, and the things we're talking about is color, door schedules. This can all be done administratively with staff. He's going to get ambushed at DRB, I'll tell you that.
But
No,
I don't agree with that.
no, I don't either.
Which
And-
part? The ambush or the administrative?
No, I think that this is the job of DRB. It's a public process, and there should be a more complete project presented, and let the public weigh in. We can call it an ambush or whatever you want, but that's what's supposed to happen at DRB.
And all this is for them to look at the major issues that we pointed out, make sure that those are adhered to, and he has his approval.
Okay, this doesn't make sense to me. DRB approved it, send it to us, and we are saying go back to DRB. I mean, this.
Well, point
Okay,
of order, we
anyway,
have a
is there any
motion.
other comments? Mr. Kasakian, do you have any comments, or I go to Roca? Do you want to comment on it? No? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 1 second. So this will be going back with the items which you have read to us.
That's part of the motion, yes.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Councilmember Devine.
Yes.
Kasakian.
Yes.
Najarian.
No.
Mayor Agajanian.
I mean, what you want? Okay, yes. I mean, this is great. Everybody wants something. All right. So we have this. All right. What's next, please?
Next is oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. Mayor, I do have 2 callers on the line.
Okay, let's listen to our callers.
Herbert Milano, you're live. Herbert?
Thank you very much. Mayor Agajanian, council members, my name is Herbert Milano. Every year in early December, the City Council receives the comprehensive annual financial report, known as the CAFR, for the city's last fiscal year ending on June 30th. But in nearly 20 years of watching this City Council, an evaluation of the CAFR does not seem to be introduced for discussion by the city staff for the council's proper evaluation. It is months later in April or May of the subsequent year that the budget study session is then presented for your input. Those meetings have significant weaknesses. The larger expenditure trends and obligations are given little attention, while minor financial budgetary items are often given a disproportionate amount of time. Whoever is mayor at the time should challenge the city manager and the city's financial staff to place the budget in the context of the overall city's financial trend, its overall impact to the city's long-term financial obligations, or the city's potential to fulfill objectives to the residents' quality of life. Alternatively, the information on the CAFR is the best source to establish the city's financial ability to maintain its infrastructure properly or to improve the neighborhoods with parkland or open space or maintain its roads or initiate environmental initiatives, for example. I suggest that the city take up an evaluation of the CAFR every month prior to the budget study sessions to review or at the very least look up some of the key pages of the CAFR. Here are the ones that I'm suggesting. Page 11 of the management discussion and analysis section of the CAFR has the city's change in net position. That's the equivalent of the profit and loss in the private industry. Page 188 of the statistical section has the changes in net position with a multi-year comparative presentation. Page 79 to the notes of the financial statement has the city's pension obligation, and it clearly shows that there are close to $600 million in unfunded pension obligations. That's a huge obligation that, when combined with the city's postponed capital improvement, places a significant strain in the city's finances and limits the council objectives to improve the residents' quality of life. 3 pages. It's all I'm asking for the city council to review before the public during regular council sessions so that it is better prepared to speak intelligently and ask critical, pertinent questions during the budget study sessions later on in April. That, in my mind, is the true and essential role of having the role of mayor, to set the expectations of a city manager to provide relevant, candid, and difficult issues for the city council to consider. The seriousness of the city's financial condition can't be overstated, and I'd venture to suggest that the financial viability is one of your most important obligations as elected officials. Please agendize a discussion of the CAFR during the regular city council sessions so that the public can be properly informed of the financial state of the city. City council's initiatives are made possible by the city's ability to support them financially. The public needs a candid review of the CAFR during the regular council sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molano. Next caller, please.
Karen, you're live. Karen Quack? Karen?
Hello?
Hi, you're
Yes.
live. Go ahead.
Hello? So I had a hard time hearing you, so I need to make sure you can hear me. Okay, is everyone still awake? Because I sound great. Thank you. Thank you very much for this proclamation in favor of Dr. Martin Luther King Day. I especially appreciated hearing the words from Ms. Peterson. Okay, I sent a few slides to Mr. Jemian earlier today, if you would be so kind as to display them. Okay, in honor of the upcoming Martin Luther King Day, I would like to repeat these words from Dr. King's letter from a Birmingham jail in April 1963. Over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you and the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. In 2021, Dr. King's words still ring true. White moderates today say, yes, Black Lives Matter, but oh no, we can't defund the police. White moderates are not those evil cops who kill black men on camera, but they refuse to listen to what Black Lives Matter protesters are demanding as a policy solution. Slide 2, please. Look at this photo from January 6th. Isn't it sweet when the police show which side they're on? Other videos show Capitol cops just letting in this mob through the barricades and doors. Why did the heads of security fail to see this mob as a threat? That's because the function of the police is to enforce white power. Only black power is seen as a threat to the nation. Remember that the police force in this country started out as slave patrols, and you see why we want to defund the slave patrol. Okay, slide 3, please.
White moderates paternalistically like to say that they support the less privileged until we show up and start speaking for ourselves. And then they discover that the things we ask for are very different from the crumbs that they're willing to throw at us. Our concerns get dismissed as obviously inferior to the white moderates' opinion. Here's a tweet from new Congressman Jamal Bowman from New York. This is what structural racism looks like. Black newborn babies in the U.S. are more likely to survive childbirth if they are cared for by black doctors, but 3 times more likely to die when looked after by white doctors. Question: how many of the white doctors in that study think of themselves as racist? Yet, judged by the results. The concerns of black patients like Dr. Susan Moore get ignored and dismissed because the white doctors obviously know better than the black patient, even when that black patient is herself a physician. Here is another question for white moderates. Does it actually bother you that white people have more than their fair share of the power and wealth in this country? You do realize that racial justice is going to be redistributed. This means that we get more power and white people get less power. For example, if we establish 5 county districts in the city, the 5 current council members would need to compete for 2 seats based on their zip codes, and 3 seats would be freed up for people who have been historically unrepresented in the halls of power. Yes, this includes all those poor renters in South Glendale, and I remind you that the majority of black and brown people are renters, while the majority of white people are homeowners. It's been a while, but I have also walked past the Hall of Mayors many times, and in addition to being overwhelmingly male, it is overwhelmingly white. Let's add some color to those walls. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Okay, what's next, Mr. Ajumia?
Mayor, since we don't have new business, it's adjournment time.
So, adjournment? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn, I guess, right?
I'll move to adjourn.
Okay.
In
do I?
memory of,
Okay.
Yes,
in memory of,
Okay, with that said, the meeting is adjourned at 11.
in memory of,
One second.
in memory of.
In the memory
Yes.
Oh,
we-
I'm sorry.
we're adjourning.
Yes.
Yes, in memory of Kurt Weissmuller.
Okay, in memory
Also,
of,
Luna Martinez.
and Mr. Dr.
Felipe.
Yeriayan.
Felipe Martinez.
Luna.
Is there anybody else we have to remember?
I
Okay.
do believe there was one more person you spoke about, Mayor.
Second.
Garbister.
Garbister
educator.
Yeriayan, Dr. Garbister
The
Yeriayan.
educator.
Okay, all right, with that said, the meeting is adjourned at 11:53 p.m.